monetize directly in-app.
But it's honest work.
can 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 monetize directly in-app.
But it's honest work.
I was the lead.
monetize directly in-app.
But it's honest work.
can monetize directly in-app.
But it's honest work.
monetize directly in-app.
But it's honest work.
can monetize directly in-app.
But it's honest work.
You don't have to face it all.
monetize directly in-app.
But it's honest work.
can monetize directly in-app.
But it's honest work.
Cool. Well, it's so great to see so many people here, and what a beautiful space this is. And yeah, so my name is Brian Crane. I've been in crypto for a long time. Actually, in 2013, I started a podcast called Epicenter, which we are still running. And at this point, it's the oldest crypto podcast. And one of our most frequent guests, pretty much almost at the top of the ranking, is Emin, who we've had on so many times, actually from way before Avalanche even, when...
Way before, it goes back a long ways, all the way back to selfish mining days.
Selfish mining, Bitcoin NG.
Oh yeah.
So he was, at the time, he was a professor at Cornell, and he was doing some of the most interesting papers, really, on an academic research on Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies.
Yeah, when we were getting attacked by the Bitcoin maxis for all the scientific work, the Epicenter podcast was the one that actually, gave us a platform to get the story out, and they were the most scientifically driven podcast out there. So it was always a welcome thing to go there. It's wonderful to have him here with us at the summit. So, there's a lot of bromance going on between the two of us. Always has been.
So also the Avalanche paper now came out 7 years ago. I think Ava Labs, you started 7 years ago as well.
It's 6, yeah.
6 years ago. Of course, now, big conference here, so many people, like a whole ecosystem has emerged. Like when you look at the Avalanche ecosystem today, what are you most proud of? So,
yeah, that's a great question. I'm really, really proud of the community. That's, I think, what we managed to build. Of all the things we did, we did a bunch of technical decisions, a bunch of new technical developments. We brought a lot of new science into the space, and we ended up delivering that which other people promised, right? When we started, Ethereum was proof of work. They didn't know how to do the transition. We showed them how, that it was doable, and that you could build really fast finality systems. By the time they pick it up, they get 2.5-minute finality, and we have sub-second finality. But we paved the way. I'm really proud of all of that, sure. But really, it's the community that we managed to assemble that brought us all of these new Avalanche L1s, that brought us all of these DeFi protocols, all of these games, all of these exciting developments that are happening on top of us. I think that's really the thing that I'm most proud of, and that's really the thing that I spend most of my time worrying about, right? You can have the best technology, but it has to be coupled with the people that really push it. And in getting the word out, building that community has been, I think, both the greatest challenge and probably my proudest accomplishment.
Cool. And now looking into the further future, if you think like 5-10 years ahead, what do you want the Avalanche ecosystem to look like?
So I think it's pretty clear where we're headed, right? We showed the world that to scale, you have to have this many chains working as one notion. And that's been proven. And there is none other than Avalanche that has really pushed that vision forward. So we showed everyone how to do it. Interoperability should be built in from day one. And you can't fracture, you got to have an architecture that doesn't fracture you at the social level. And I think it's been interesting watching other chains make those mistakes. So where are we going with this in 5 to 10 years? Well, so we showed everyone how to do the multi-chain thing. And now what we need to work on is single-chain performance. That's what I'm spending a lot of my technical effort on these days. We need to get a single chain to work super, super fast without compromising any crypto principles, without cutting corners, without doing unsound things like loading your state from Google Cloud. Can't be done. Like cutting out verifiability of the chain, you can't do that. There are a whole bunch of things that other people have done to get speed. And I believe that we can build things that are faster than what they've done without actually doing those compromises. So that's, I think, where we're headed. And at the sort of the scale above us, at the level above us, at the political level, there are a lot of exciting changes happening. Boomers have now picked up on coins, right? So we're seeing this resurgence of interest in Bitcoin. Fantastic to see. We're seeing politicians, get excited about meme coins. Wonderful. But then the next level up from that is going to be programmable money. And they haven't picked up on it. Right? DeFi, like Trump doesn't know what DeFi is, right? He hasn't gotten there yet. And it takes people like, 6 months to a year, maybe 2 years, if they're savvy. So we're going to get there, and when those changes happen at the societal level, that's going to unleash another spurt of growth for the entire ecosystem. Companies ought to be building their business flow on chain. DeFi and financial rails should be powering everything of value. So that hasn't happened yet, and that's coming. That's what I'm super excited about.
So you talked about the scaling of the L1s. I know there's a lot of work that has gone into HyperSDK, right? So having a special SDK for building your special purpose chain. Of course, today most activity on Avalanche, and I think in many ecosystems happens on EVM. What do you think is the role of these two in the future? Do you think mostly it will be HyperSDK, or will it be EVM, or EVM on HyperSDK, or like how do you see that play out?
So for those of you who don't know what HyperSDK is, it's really a construction kit for building your own virtual machine. So those of you who've done, how many people here have done Solidity programming? That's a fair number. So if you did Solidity, how many people have done Solidity on EVM? It's about probably the same number. And how many people have done Solidity not on an EVM? Nobody almost, I think. Very few. So as you can see, the default path that gets people programming, writing smart contracts is one based on Solidity for the EVM. That's why when we started, we decided, okay, we're gonna adopt this. One of the hardest paths to change is the social path by which people get into the space, and that path directs them to the EVM, so we will inherit the EVM with all its flaws. It's not how I would have designed a fast virtual machine. They made a lot of mistakes there. But we'll take it and we'll show the world how to build it faster, and that's exactly what we're doing. But for those people who have highly demanding needs, we wanted to provide a way for them to build their own virtual machines. And the HyperSDK effort is a construction kit. So you can build a specific bespoke VM for your use case. So if you have a very demanding DEX, if you have a very demanding game, for example, you can build your own virtual machine with its own opcodes, etc. It's hard work, right? This is beyond the scope of most normal programmers, and it should be. It's a big undertaking. So what's going to happen moving forward? Well, I think exactly what has been happening. We're going to continue to support the HyperSDK and the construction kit, but we don't expect most of you to use it. And as you can see, like, most people are not using that. You don't need it. And the learnings that we pick up from the HyperSDK effort, from the construction kit, we want to take and apply to building a fast EVM. So the EVM has, for all its flaws, has a lot of popularity, and it's possible to make it go a lot faster than what's been built so far. And we want to use the techniques that we have built into the HyperSDK effort and adopt it for the EVM.
You mentioned the issue of interoperability, right? So it has been one of the big challenges, right, of application-specific chains is that, you have some fragmentation of liquidity of the user base, can be user experience issues. And so today still, right, we have this big contrast of visions where on the one hand, you have the vision of like, many L1s that, probably have some kind of interoperability standard versus, single high performance, maximum throughput chain. You see like Solana, Monad, others pursue. How do you see this play out in the future? And do you think we'll have both, or do you think we will have also applications where you don't even notice it's on different chains and the user experience is so extracted?
So let's see. So this is a great question, right? What's going to be the multi-chain future of the world? And let's see. In the short term, we're going to continue to see what we've been seeing, which is these new chains are going to come up. They will have specialized use cases. Solana has attracted the meme coin crowd, for example, and that's a fine place for them to be. It's okay if you want to go to the meme coin casino, then everybody pools themselves at some location that's chosen. It doesn't matter how it's chosen, but you want to be with other like-minded people, you go there. That's fine. But in the long term, the network effects are so strong that we will see. Let me actually go back. Back in the 70s and 80s, when networking equipment was being pushed, there were all sorts of contenders. There was DataKit. There was, all sorts of proprietary protocols for connecting computers. And then came the Ethernet. And now everyone at home has Ethernet cables, right? You never hear of anything other than Ethernet. It's just, over time, it's going to be a one system takes all. And how did Ethernet succeed? It was cheap, easy, fast, universal, and it was interoperable. So that's what we're building. It should be very, very, very easy to build your own chain on Avalanche L1, and it is. It should be very easy to have it interoperate, and it is. And it should be seamless to connect, and of course it is. So in the long term, if the network effects just create a funnel towards you, you're going to be the dominant winning player. And that's the big game that we're playing for. So in the short term, yeah, of course, stuff will come up, Monad will come up, I don't know, all sorts of new things will come up with a fancy thing, and then they'll fizzle out. A lot of them fizzle out. But the big winners here are going to be those that do the Ethernet play properly. And that's exactly what we're going after.
For Avalanche L1s, I'm curious. So today, a lot of them launch in a fairly centralized way, right? And then I think there's the idea that with time, they decentralize more. Like, what do you think is the right degree of decentralization and what time horizon for the L1s?
That's a great question, Brian. So let's see. We can ask the audience, right? So what should be the right level of decentralization? Like, think about that for a second. And if we sort of, kind of like look into, I don't know, like look at like whatever application you might have in mind, the level of decentralization you demand will vary. There is no way that there can be a single answer to this question. Right? I don't even know the units of decentralization. Let's call it like, one Nakamoto or whatever, right? So you want to achieve some amount of decentralization. You certainly don't want anybody meddling in a system in a manner you don't understand or expect. And you need that. But what does that mean? It's different from a game. And it's very different for a DeFi application, very different for a governmental application. It's a continuum. So once you realize that, then it should be obvious that a single solution cannot possibly satisfy everybody. Like we have, I don't know how many people in this room, but undoubtedly the amount of decentralization you demand cannot all be the same. So if that's the case, then how can you expect a single chain to possibly emerge as the ultimate solution? How can Solana, for example, which is a single chain solution, how can Ethereum, which is a single chain solution, possibly meet all of these conflicting demands at the same time? It can't be possible. The only winning solution here, the only way to win this game, to satisfy all the different needs, is to have a multi-chain solution where different chains have a different level of decentralization depending on the use case. A game, for example, starting out might be very, very centralized, and then it opens up and becomes more decentralized. Governmental applications can be totally centralized and provide only auditability, and then there's a whole slew of solutions in between. So that's how I feel about this. We have to be able to provide to the users the ability to select the level of decentralization that they need for their application. And that's one of the key tenets that helped us when we were designing Avalanche 5 years ago, that we need to be able to meet these differing needs for different applications.
So let's talk a little bit about the use cases. At the moment, institutional adoption is a big thing that's happening. I think Avalanche has always been like very early and like very deep on the institutional focus. I think Ava Labs is certainly one of the teams in the industry with the best, BD institutional focus. What are the use cases that you feel are the most promising and where we're going to see the most traction in the next 1 to maybe 3 years?
So, yeah, that's exactly right. We ended up, I think I mentioned this yesterday, we ended up moving to the most contested, the most regulated real estate in the world, right? We moved to Manhattan/Brooklyn. We moved to New York City. And that's because we wanted to be close to institutions that manage large asset bases. And as a result, we've been talking to a lot of Wall Street firms, and there's a lot of demand for walled gardens. Right? These people have assets that are highly regulated, and they have to have certain requirements met and enforced, and they need bespoke solutions that meet those requirements. And one of the very common things are certain specialized markets for groups of companies that are cooperating towards some end. So we're building a couple of these for Wall Street. I think we have announced some of them with JP Morgan, with T. Rowe Price, etc. Those are all been made public. But there's a lot more in the pipeline that I'm really, really excited about. And expect, now that there's more regulatory clarity, expect all of these consortia to gain speed again. Everything came to a standstill at some point, I would say maybe around 2 years ago. So there was a lot of interest. And then after FTX, everybody took a step back. And after Operation Choke Point, they really slowed down. And but now interest is back up again. And I think there's going to be a lot of exciting institutional solutions. And how many people here have actually looked at the softwares? How many people here have worked in TradFi? That's quite a lot. And so you've looked at the software stack. That people are shaking their heads and like, yeah, you know how messy it is. Right? The amount of effort that goes into reconciliation, the amount of effort that goes into making sure that my database and your database are coherent with respect to each other, that the trade that I think happened at this time, you also think happened at that time at the same price. That effort is so immense. And those layers and layers of software so complicated, and the error cases so bizarre, that the moment you see the blockchain solution, you said, this is the next level. Like this has to be the new rail. So those are coming. And so those bitemporal databases, like these databases that have multiple sense of time, like the time I think it happened and the time you think it happened, and all of that complexity needs to go out the door. Everybody realizes this. And those crazy layers of software just to maintain some illusion of coherence between two different parties, it has to go away. People understand the value of blockchains and auditability, of course, as well. So it's coming, and institutions are excited again. Regulatory clarity will clear the path. The Genius Act is making its way through Congress. So I'm thrilled about what's to come. The next 4 years is going to be one of regulatory clarity and opening up on the social side. And I think the era of constantly waiting for some shiny crypto object, cryptography object, is over. Like, remember how VDFs, verifiable delay functions, were supposed to save the day? Remember how verifiable random functions were going to allow Ethereum to scale, and then accumulators were going to come in, and that didn't work, and there was ZK EVMs were supposed to save the day. Those are gone. The days of selfies with Vitalik, much as I love him, and we're very close friends, those are gone, and I think he's relieved as well, right? So we never played that game, but a lot of other people did. And I have to admit, what have those days been replaced with? Now it's time for selfies with Trump, right? So boomers are getting into the game, and they're slowly figuring their way out. But in about a year or so, it's going to be the time of actual use cases. And I cannot wait, because that's where we're strongest. And our ties, our decision to go into where the assets are in New York has been an amazing decision. And I cannot wait the results of those efforts.
So for these efforts, right, where you bring traditional assets on chain, I think everyone probably who has used crypto for a while can feel the advantages of it. But one of the big challenges, I imagine, is around privacy, right? Because today still, right, there's actually a lot of privacy in the traditional financial system, or a decent amount. On-chain is a lot harder. What do you think the privacy requirements are going to be to bring finance fully on-chain?
So far, until recently, it was very binary, right? Either you worked on a public chain and everything was visible to everyone, or you use something like Zcash solutions where everything was completely opaque, and often there were bugs and so forth, and you couldn't even audit how many Zcash were outstanding, etc. So there was no middle ground, and that's not a good situation. But we recently released something called encrypted ERCs. So this came out of our work with various different institutions again, where people wanted to build consortia But within the consortia, they want to cooperate, but they don't want to reveal how often company A does business with company B. But they want it to be auditable to a certain set of parties. Or in Wyoming, for example, again, they want to be able to use stablecoins for a lot of payments. They want the regulator to have full transparency into what's happening, but they don't want the participants to see exactly how much money everybody else has, exactly how much money they're sending to each other. Insanely reasonable requirements, and there was no way to meet them. So to respond to that need, we developed something called encrypted ERCs. And there's a level of privacy that's granted to all of the players. There's an auditable chain, and there's an ordered timeline, a way to go back to the beginning of time and verify all of the results. And yet there's a way to mask amounts and senders and recipients from each other, if necessary, and a way to expose everything to regulators where necessary. It's all adjustable. So that solution is coming, and it's one of the big differentiators, and it's one of the main reasons why we've been fairly successful meeting the needs of these highly demanding financial use cases where privacy is paramount.
So that will be on the C chain and available for any EVM L1?
Yeah, exactly. I'm not sure if it's on the C chain today, but all of the ERC code has been made public. It's under the Avalanche ecosystem license. So you could just take it and launch it on any chain you like. It could be on your Avalanche L1, it could be on the C chain, and then take advantage of all of those privacy features that I just talked about.
One thing I'm also curious about, so there's Ava Cloud. What's the vision for Ava Cloud and the role Ava Cloud's going to play in the future?
Yeah, so Ava Cloud is so it's important to understand the difference between Avalanche and Ava Labs, right? Ava Labs is the company that provides the technology for Avalanche. We wrote a bunch of the code, as well as, of course, there are a bunch of faces here that I know have contributed code to Avalanche. So Avalanche is a community project where Ava Labs plays a role. But Ava Labs has a separate arm inside that helps people with demanding use cases build their own L1s and launch their own chains. And so that's Ava Cloud effort. And Ava Cloud allows for us, for example, it's a revenue-generating for-profit effort, and it's a set of people that go and talk with someone who wants to launch a chain, and they understand they have a process by which they figure out what the needs are, and then very, very quickly they can build a custom solution that meets those needs. And if you have something in mind where you want to digitize some asset, but you have unique requirements, Ava Cloud can typically in very short order give you a chain, give you a wallet, give you an explorer, give you everything you might need to have your own L1 according to your own rules. So it's been fascinating so far. I think they have launched 50 plus chains on Ava Cloud, and they have a backlog of 150 if I'm not mistaken. So there's a lot of effort that's gone into helping other people launch their chain solutions. And for example, like the game OTG, Off the Grid, that's taking advantage of Ava Cloud. And there are many others that are, Maple Story is another one that's powered by Ava Cloud. These highly demanding applications where somebody says, hey, I know how to do my job, help me with the blockchain side. That's what the Ava Cloud effort has been doing. And it's part of the revenue generation for Ava Labs.
So let's talk about the favorite topic of everyone at this point, which is AI, right? So of course, AI has really sucked up a lot of the attention in the entire tech space for a while. In crypto, everyone is interested in how does this convergence happens between AI and crypto, and how can different chains, different applications play a role in that? So I'm curious, what do you think is going to be the impact, of AI on crypto and maybe the role crypto can play in the AI revolution?
So the very first way in which people took AI and connected it to a blockchain was through these AI agents. And AI agents are big on Avalanche. We love them. It's wonderful to have an agent attached to an address on the blockchain, and then you can interact with that agent. That's awesome. But it's very centralized. You're dependent on an external off-chain entity to run that AI agent. And so people are going to push that effort. It's exciting, it's interesting. I wonder what will come of it. And we're watching that with great interest. But about 2 years ago, I had this idea that I actually discussed at the summit in Barcelona 2 years ago, which was coin-operated agents. So my belief is it's so much better if you're not dependent on an off-chain entity. It's so much better if it's decentralized, so you can count on some AI intelligence up in the sky that will be maintained, even if there isn't a singular counterparty that's maintaining it. So the vision for coin-operated agents is that we will build chains where every validator has its own LLM in it, and we will be able to interact with those chains using natural language. So I think in the long term, I would hope that we will ditch virtual machines. There shouldn't be an EVM. You shouldn't have to learn Solidity. You should just write in your own language, right? You write in English, I want to give $5 to Brian, or what have you. And maybe you express something far more complicated, right? I want to give so much money to Brian, assuming he can do da-da-da-da, and if not, I want my money back. Or maybe something far more complicated. I want to define a lending service. Where's Stani? I'm not sure if Stani is here, but imagine writing the requirements for Aave, right? I want to define a lending service where there are 2 tokens and one is convertible to the other. It's a bit of a complicated description, right? It's a spec. But it implements a lending service. And you should be able to do it in English, in German, in Tagalog, in Chinese, whatever your language might be. And other people should be able to interact with it using their natural native language. And that's, I think, where a lot of exciting things lie. So to that end, we've been building a lot of prototypes. Now, many of you are probably looking at me thinking, this is probably a bad idea. I agree with you, okay? It's a bad idea. So much money can be lost if you say the wrong thing to the AI, right? And also, are you like not empowering AI to have its own wallet now and it can do autonomous crazy things with it? That too, right? I mean, there are a whole bunch of issues that this uncovers, but it's so exciting. The end result is a world where you don't have to be a programmer. A world where anyone who can speak a language and can enunciate what they have on their mind can get work done on a chain. That end world is so amazing because it opens up chains to billions of people who just speak a language. That it's worth exploring, and it's worth taking the hits, and it's worth seeing what we can do with this potentially interesting and potential technology with a bunch of potential downfalls. So I'm really excited about exploring this. We've done a bunch of prototypes at Ava Labs. I'm doing another project this summer. It is clearly not time yet. The AI agents are not good enough to launch this stuff. But we're getting there, and I'm really, really excited about what's going to happen as a result.
Maybe let's do one final question. When you think of the next year for you, what's your biggest focus, priority, the problem that keeps you most obsessed?
Getting sleep. No, I don't know what. So there's so many, right? So the main thing that I'm working on these days is single chain speed. So I think I talked about Firewood, the database effort that we built a new database specifically for blockchain applications, and that makes us quite different from everybody else who's using the same stock database. We have these changes coming to reduce the data footprint of chains so that we don't have to spend gigabytes and gigabytes just collecting data that nobody ever uses again. And then there's a lot of effort to build async execution of overlapping consensus with execution. That's going to give us another couple of orders of magnitude in terms of speed when you have multiple parallel chains going on a machine. So it's very technical. It's at the very lowest level, and I'm super excited about those. That's been my focus, and I expect to have a lot of exciting code releases in the next 6 to 9 months to translate all of this into practice.
Cool. Thank you so much, Gordon. It was really a pleasure to once again speak, and I'm sure there will be many more conversations in the future, and I'm super excited about what's ahead for the Avalanche ecosystem. It feels like things are coming into place, and the foundation's there, great community, so I think there's a lot of exciting things ahead for Avalanche.
Thank you so much, Brian. Always a pleasure to chat. Thank you, everyone.
Hi, good morning. Probably this is, I'm not going to be as involved as Gun previous, as the previous talk with Gun. So, but yeah, nevertheless, I guess thank you for coming. So I quickly want to take you through what we are building. So I am founder of Growth Protocol, and we are building out a bunch of decentralized protocols for digital marketing. So what essentially it means is that from our perspective, marketing is a very centralized function, and our goal with this project is to decentralize the entire marketing applications, entire set of marketing applications, and we're building it with the help of Avalanche. So a quick brief, the project is backed by Nazara. Nazara is the largest and only listed gaming company in India, with around 100 million gamers across all properties and 150 million plus revenue. And Listo. Listo is one of the biggest playtesting companies globally, working with customers like Krafton, working with AAA studios like FunPlus, and also backed by Balaji Srinivasan, Hashed, Tiger Global, and SquarePeg, and others. So the founding team is Nitish. Nitish is the founder of Nazara. He started Nazara in a dorm room, taking it public, listing it at $1 billion in the stock exchanges. And of course, me, I'm founder of Listo. I already mentioned about Listo. And Vishal. Vishal is primarily worked with Microsoft, worked with Asana. He was part of early Bing Ads team, and is the technical brain behind Growth Protocol. So the problem that we are trying to solve here, right? So most of the digital marketing applications, they are centralized, which means that any marketing application that you take, let's take an example of an AppLovin. I'm not sure how many of you know AppLovin. AppLovin is primarily a kind of an ad exchange where there are games which want to advertise, and there are games which want to publish, which means that they would use advertisements to generate revenue from them. Now, most of this is centralized. Most of this, people do not know what kind of algorithms are being used. And also from a data perspective, these centralized players have hoarded data. So from our, and because of that, they are able to dictate the terms. They are able to define what pricing structure exists. And as we move forward, on an average, right, a large percentage of advertiser budget today is lost to these centralized applications. So that's resulted in rising CPIs, nearly zero share to creators, and of course, zero share to the gamers itself, right? So what we are building out is a protocol, so to bring equity back into the ecosystem. So let me take an example. I took the example of AppLovin, and I'll take you through how that would work in a decentralized environment. So advertisers have what is called as advertiser wallets on-chain. We are going to tokenize the campaigns, which means that whenever they create these campaigns with assets, with goals, and with budgets, all these are tokenized onto the chain, which means that most of anyone externally would be able to view or pick up these campaigns. So any publisher, relevant publisher, would probably be able to pick up these campaigns based on the advertising budget, based on the goals, based on, are they able to actually deliver what is asked out of this campaign? Once this is done, right, so then obviously they run on their own properties, whether it is a blog, whether it is a game, they would run these advertisements on their properties. And every single time they drive traffic, it could be, say, the goal is CPI. Every single time that they drive an installation, it is recorded as what we call as proof of performance on-chain, which means that every campaign has a certain performance criteria, and that performance is captured on the chain. And once the goals are set, so we call these as smart goals. So what happens here is when the campaign is set up, there are smart goals that are configured. And once we have these goals met, then the settlement happens, the financial settlement happens on-chain, real time. So the goal here is not just to reduce the costs for the advertisers and bring value to the publishers, but also from an instantaneous perspective, the moment goals are met, the settlement happens instantaneously, versus in traditional systems, it happens after 2 or 3 days. So that's our goal. This is one of the examples of the way we are trying to build primitives on top as part of growth protocol to enable people to build applications which would be in the sphere of marketing. So so from a go-to-market perspective, since this is an initiative with Nazara and Listo, Nazara already has like around 25 to 30 games which are ranging from anywhere between 10 to 50 million users. So our goal is effectively to use Nazara as a base, as a captive set of audience to test all these applications out which from growth protocol. So the first app that we released on top of this was Fedalis. Now we are working on decentralized ad networks, and as we move ahead, it would be influencer management platforms and affiliate marketing networks. So the goal, what we measure is how much value does flow through these chains, right? The goal is through these applications on the chain, what we call as GDP on chain. So the goal is to hit a 150 million revenue of the dApps that pass through this chain. So yeah, so the next goal, so since the captive audience, we are using Nazara as a captive audience and captive set of games, captive set of gamers. The goal is once you have these kind of applications tested out at scale with Nazara, then the objective is to scale globally with whatever problems are faced by Nazara with respect to the cost of these applications can be amplified globally. And instead of kind of waiting for people to build these applications on chain and then growing, our goal is to go ahead and acquire these smaller existing affiliate networks, offer walls, rewarded apps, and any such application which games use to grow their user base. So it's in two phases. One phase is using the captive audience to build these applications out and test our primitive layer out. The second is primarily to go ahead and acquire these companies, which are not significant in size but are undervalued, and then grow them. So that's a brief. And why do we think we will win? So instead of so the typical goal of most chains is to actually wait for developers to come in and then probably let people speculate on that. And then, I mean, there is, like Gun said previously, there are memes and other things for people to speculate and make money on. Our goal is very different. Our perspective is we are primarily scaling Web2 businesses using Web3 technologies. So that's our goal. We're starting with value. And here we are targeting real cash flows, real users. That's our goal. And so from our perspective, we believe that the next bull run will be driven by most of the Web2 applications migrating to Web3 and riding on crypto rails. So that's effectively our goal, and that's why we think we would win in this space. So from a secret weapon perspective, so we're building the tech out. Vishal is primarily working on building the basic primitive layer on top of Avalanche. So that's our tech focus. Second is the captive applications and games that we have from Nazara. So that's our flywheel. So that gives us kind of a go-to-market which is in-house. And third is when we go ahead to acquire these companies, the way Nazara has been built is primarily by acquiring these companies. They have acquired around 25 plus companies. We are just tapping into their acquisition engine. So that's our goal, and we are leveraging their M&A, and that's primarily how we plan to execute this. We are going to launch a token for the chain, which is a native token for the chain. The attribution of value to the token would have in multiple ways. One is real cash flows, real users, which effectively means that the cash flow that and the profits that business generates, we are planning to buy tokens out after that to primarily drive the value up. That's one. Second is we primarily want to focus on wherever we acquire, do a token plus cash deals, which effectively means that the companies that we are going to acquire have vested interest to drive the goals. We want to build out a treasury. I mean, we want to send out a positive loop where we are going to build out a treasury to use the portions of the treasury to acquire these companies. So that's how we would. I mean, that's the philosophy driving the token, and we are expecting a token launch between 8 to 12 months. So yeah, so that's a quick brief about Growth Protocol. If you have any questions, would love to answer them. Thank you. Thank you so much.
monetize directly in-app.
But it's honest work.
can monetize directly in-app.
But it's honest work.
we're in this beautiful venue. I have to say, I didn't know I was a train person. I have become a train person after riding the little train here. Excited to be here. This is going to be a fun talk. We're not going to really talk about crypto that much, maybe towards the end. So excited to be here with all of you. Let's make this a little interactive because it's just a small group of us, so feel free to shout stuff out. Yeah, okay, not financial advice. Do your own research. This is us. All of this, and here we are. I don't know if you ever get like philosophical, but I've been in crypto. This is year 11 for me. And sometimes I just take a step back and I say, wow, we just live in the weirdest timeline. And after spending a long time building 2 investment firms in the crypto space, took a step back and I said, well, what do I want to do with all of this? Like, are we really just going to make better casinos for more degenerate gambling? Maybe there's more to this. And I started to get really excited about it. I started my career in the oil and gas industry on the commodities side. And I started to get really excited about the first half of my career, which was in energy, and the second half of my career, which has been in crypto. And then now I guess I'm starting the third half, because this is a long-ass career. But I started thinking about this energy to compute value chain that's emerging. So here's a fun little thought exercise for you. On this chart, there are 3 assets that I charted. One is Bitcoin. One is NVIDIA, which is the largest chip maker, and one is Vistra, which is one of the largest energy companies. Which line do you think is the green line? Is it Bitcoin? Is it chips? Or is it power? What do you think? Just shout it out. No wrong answers, yeah. Power. Absolutely right. All right, what do you think is that blue line? The blue line at the bottom, is that Bitcoin or chips? It's Bitcoin. Out of these 3, Bitcoin performed the worst. This is a fucking narrative violation. We love to talk about how crypto is the best performing asset class. Last year, Vistra, an energy company, was the best performing asset. Second best performing asset, NVIDIA. Bitcoin did all right. The S&P did great. The Q's added 39%. So we are living in an environment, we're in this little crypto bubble, but there's a huge bubble happening outside of crypto in energy and compute, and we need to go figure out, instead of evangelizing to the same 100 people that you see at every conference around the world, instead of evangelizing to people who already have wallets, who already are invested in crypto, we need to go get people who are investing trillions of dollars in energy and computation and get them to come build with us and invest on-chain. That's what we're going to talk about. I hope that excites you. If it doesn't, I will not be offended if you tune out. That's fine. Okay, so the energy to compute value chain is a very simple one. You develop a site, you build a bunch of infrastructure, you deploy a bunch of hardware, you get GPUs, ASICs, TPUs, right? There's a bunch of different chip types. We get a bunch of hardware. It's very expensive. Then you have a bunch of software. You manage all the data. And then you have to manage all the energy and infrastructure around that data center. OK. There are 2 types of companies that exist in this value chain. There are these hyperscalers that integrate the full value chain. And the hyperscalers used to just sell managed services. Now they're developing their own chips. Apple has M1, M2. Google has TPUs. Now they're also becoming power operators, right? All of them have nuclear bets. They're building SMRs. They're buying IPPs. They're bringing nuclear plants online. So the hyperscalers are going to vertically integrate. And then there's specialist firms who just work at one layer, but they work across these different compute verticals. So a great example is Data Center Infrastructure Management Software Company. They build software that's compatible whether you're building a GPU, AI data center, classic CPU, cloud data center. You can use this across all these different verticals of compute. So that's the value chain. Value chains are really important because in every value chain, there's only 2 or 3 points of leverage. And our job as people building companies is to find points of leverage and to extract margin from those points of leverage. In crypto, the only place where there's leverage today is in interchange. If you own an exchange, you have distribution, you have durable margin that you can extract. Nowhere else in crypto have we found a durable point of leverage. So I need you to think about value chain. Energy demand growing materially after a decade of stagnation. Data center power demand accelerating, double-digit compound annual growth rate. Insane. And it's not just data centers, right? It's not just AI. Cloud data centers growing, double-digit compound annual growth rate. So there's a huge story here. EVs, double-digit compound annual growth rate. What do EVs use? They have to tap into the grid. Huge opportunity. But here's the thing. All of this capital expenditure that's getting deployed, right? And we'll talk about just the magnitude of money going into compute and power today, not just by PE firms, not just by the hyperscalers, sovereigns. Every single oil-rich sovereign is going to stop exporting barrels of oil, and they're going to start building data centers and slinging compute. Why? Because like Bitcoin, compute is fungible and portable. A barrel of oil is not, right? So if you're a sanctioned oil-rich nation, what's the best thing for you to do with your oil? Turn it into compute and sell flops. So new world order. We need to go back to the basics, right? I think in crypto, we've sort of gotten carried away with like the pump.fun, casino on chain. There are only 3 things that matter on planet Earth. And frankly, in our known universe, in our version of reality, matter, energy, and information. And the global economy is basically just comprised of these 3 things, right? The largest industry in the world is the oil industry. That's energy, it's matter, it's atoms. We have lived in this world of bits and bytes of software for the last 15 years. And everyone thinks bits and bytes are what the world is built on. You don't have bits and bytes without atoms, without energy, right? They don't exist. So we're now, I think, at this new point where we're going to see this huge step function shift in how we use matter, all sorts of new chip form factors, really cool advances happening in generative materials. We're going to see massive advances in energy. We need really dense baseload power that is reliable, that is nuclear energy. I don't care how you slice or dice it. And we're going to need new ways of aggregating, analyzing, disseminating information. That's where AI comes in, right? It's this intelligence overlay. This isn't a physics lecture. It's very simple. The modern economy requires compute, voracious amounts of compute, and as a derivative of that, bandwidth and storage. Okay? Compute consumes a fuckload of energy, an insane amount of energy. Therefore, the next frontier for our industry, where we're going to get trillions of dollars of net new inflows, finding, funding, and building markets for energy and computation, and also storage and bandwidth. That's it. That's my idea. It's so simple. If you listened to Santi talk yesterday about what he's doing with inversion, what he's doing, I think, is another sort of version of this. But I'm very much concerned with this. Energy, compute, and then the third leg of this stool is crypto, right? Crypto is the only credibly neutral, non-sovereign currency that settles with finality on digital rails. And then we have underlying it this new layer of capital markets and financial engineering, right? And that's what we've done really well over the last decade in crypto, is we, for the first time in a very long time, have built financial markets that operate entirely outside of the existing market structure. And we've created new financial contracts. The most novel one is the perpetual swap, which was pioneered by BitMEX, right? But we've built new financial products that allow us to do financial engineering in these value chains in new and novel ways. This is very exciting to me. It's going to be very exciting to you, hopefully, in 10 minutes' time. OK, are you with me so far? OK, we're all on board. OK, so let's talk about Bitcoin. This isn't a Bitcoin conference. This is about Avalanche. But I just want to talk about we don't give ourselves enough credit. Bitcoin is the blueprint. Proof of work is what has made the data center economy possible. And I'm going to tell you why. Bitcoin has pioneered the energy to compute value chain and created, for the first time, thermoeconomic money. What does that mean? Bitcoin is secured by proof of work. You have to expend energy and do computation to make Bitcoin. Now, Bitcoin is backwards looking, right? It's energy and compute that's already been expended, but it is very novel, right? If we look at some of the top companies in the AI space today, they started life as Bitcoin companies. They're really good at finding low-cost energy and mobilizing compute in new and novel ways. If we look at Bitcoin miners, today there are 24 publicly listed Bitcoin miners with 24 billion in market cap. That exceeds the market cap of pretty much every single other blockchain. Just for context. Okay, CoreWeave alone, it went public at 36 billion. That's half a Solana. That's 1/5 of an Ethereum. The numbers here are staggering. So the bubble we are living in crypto is really tiny. We need to think much bigger. And Crusoe, by the way, They won the first 2 Stargate construction contracts. Stargate is the $500 billion data center that's being built here in the over in the United States. We're in the UK. So let's be really controversial. The AI boom would never have reached this magnitude without Bitcoin capitalizing hundreds of billions of dollars of data center build out over the last decade. Fueled by lowest cost electrification, Bitcoin is a marginal buyer of excess energy. Driving persistent demand for hardware, ASICs have been at the frontier of hardware innovation. We're now on 3 nanometer and 2 nanometer designs. We're pioneering optical computing, right, which is non-transistor based, so you can get smaller than 2 nanometers because you're computing with light as opposed to atoms of energy. And we're pioneering behind the meter co-location. So this idea that I can have a latent source of energy that's not connected to any grid, and I just rock up with a containerized Bitcoin mine, and all of a sudden, I'm tapped into the Bitcoin network, and I'm tapped into global capital Bitcoin markets because I can trade Bitcoin anywhere without needing permission from anyone. It is really beautiful. This is what it looks like. This is what I used to do. I used to work in the oil field in West Texas, where I started my career. This is where I'm spending my time now. Okay, this is what crypto is about. This is the future of crypto. So let's talk about it. Investment framework. So human progress is defined by our ability to manipulate energy and atoms over space-time. Never in the history of humanity has there been energy transition. We're not going to use less energy. We're going to use more and more and more energy. We just need to get better at extracting energy. We have a giant nuclear reactor in the sky. It's called the sun. Okay, PV is photovoltaics, right, so abundantly cheap, putting solar on the grid, very cheap, battery costs coming down. So the most obvious use case for blockchains and tokens and what's happening in the Avalanche ecosystem, in my view, find, fund, and facilitate the most efficient use of these thermodynamically constrained resources at civilization scale, not just here on planet Earth, but beyond, right? China this week shipped a 2 gigawatt space data center into outer space. Like, what the fuck are we doing making casinos on chain? We have people colonizing space and building data centers. What are we doing, guys? We have a ton of money. Let's do some really cool, innovative shit that actually matters to humanity. I'm very excited about this. There's a huge opportunity here, right? Crypto is this little orange bubble. We're like $3.5 trillion asset class today. Tiny. I want crypto to be a massive asset class, but where are those inflows going to come from? It's not just going to be from people buying coins. Okay, we need to actually build things for which there's persistent fee-paying demand. Today, there are only a number of blockchains that have persistent fee-paying demand that are sustainable. Most blockchains today are fully dependent on inflation in the form of token inflation, and foundations funding their development. That's not sustainable, okay? So we need to find net new use cases that bring in fee-paying demand. Credit bubble, right? All of the biggest credit firms in the world have become infrastructure credit firms. $100 billion in credit and growing. Every sovereign investing in energy and compute. Every massive company investing in energy and compute. We as an industry could be massive. What are we doing? So let's build the future. This is what I'm investing in. New protocols, orchestration and optimization layers, net new commodities and markets where we can trade them, and aggregators and marketplaces. I'm going to walk you quickly through examples of each one and how it relates to what's happening on chain. I'm going to make these slides available for download, so you don't have to take photos or try to read too fast. I like to cram a lot of information in. This is my problem. But they'll be available on my Twitter feed. You can download them, use them, copy them, do whatever you want with them. So a really cool example of a protocol is this protocol 00. They're building a new dedicated ISP. So they're taking dark fiber. It's not public internet fiber, but private fiber that's owned by high-frequency trading firms. And they're building a new ISP, a new fiber network on which we can run distributed systems much more quickly. Super cool. If you can imagine, if we can speed up connectivity, right, if we have higher bandwidth, higher throughput, we also can do disaggregated storage. All of a sudden, edge computing, edge storage becomes much more viable. So in my view, this is the first of many, but we'll see decentralized bandwidth, right, in a way that's actually viable. We'll see decentralized distributed storage. You don't need a token for this. You don't need a token. You just need to build a network, and you need capital partners who own physical infrastructure that they want to dedicate to these things. So I'm very excited about this idea that we can go lower into the OSI stack beyond just the networking layer and actually start to get into the hardware layer and building new routing topologies, right, that leverage some of these novel traits of how blockchains function. So we've done a lot of engineering at the networking layer. What are we doing at the hardware layer, right? Bitcoin is the only ecosystem today that has its custom hardware. The ZK ecosystem's trying, right? Inganyama and a few others are making ZPUs or dedicated ZK processing chips. What are we doing here? Let's go into those lower layers. Let's build our own dedicated hardware. Let's stop paying AWS and Google Cloud to run our compute workloads. Let's run them on crypto-native platforms and crypto-native distributed systems. Very exciting. Commodification. OK, I get really excited about commodification. If we think about compute, right, as commodity, we started with on-prem, right? You had to run your own bare metal, very expensive, very high upfront costs. Then we had this whole era of cloud that made Web 2 possible, where all of a sudden you could one-click deploy a container, right, and run it anywhere. That made compute more of a commodity. And now DePIN and DeFi combined together are working on financing the build-out of compute capacity in new and novel ways. Bunch of projects working on that, and constructing compute networks in new and novel ways where you can consume latent compute capacity, whether that's on a computer, in a data center, potentially even on someone's phone, right? That's what EXO is trying to do with their approach. Really exciting. Optimization and orchestration. So you have all this hardware, you have all of these energy systems. How do they talk to one another, and how do you actually drive profitability? There, I think there's some really exciting opportunities. Like, blockchains are exceptional at solving complex coordination problems, right? And so this is an area where we're spending a lot of time, made a number of investments in how we actually go from single-player mode, where you optimize one data center, to optimizing a whole grid or optimizing a whole set of data centers. So I think blockchains are really beautiful for aggregating, optimizing, and orchestrating using tokens or even stable coins as an incentive mechanism to drive that coordination. And then last but not least, talking really fast. You can download these, pick them apart. Aggregation of marketplaces. Daylight's a really exciting one. How do we take physical infrastructure that's really difficult to aggregate? So like power plants, right? Really simple. All of these consumer solar installations, consumer batteries, home smart thermostats, really difficult to aggregate. Cost of customer acquisition is very high. Lifetime value of a customer is very low. Pretty much every residential solar company has gone bankrupt. Why? Because the economics don't scale well. So Daylight's an interesting company. They're starting by building a platform where they're incentivizing people with their token to provide their residential energy data to the protocol. Developers, utilities, and other companies can build on top of this data set. You're effectively building a data topology. Then you can apply an AI, like an agentic overlay, to intelligently optimize demand response, so you can actually pay people to stop using power, to turn their thermostat up a few degrees, to contribute power from their battery into a local grid. And then you can actually start to see this pipeline where you start to see decentralized, deregulated energy markets emerging, where people can actually trade, right, real-time electrons, right place, right time, right amount, on-chain. So these are the things I'm excited about investing in. This is how we win. This is how we win. Energy, compute, crypto. When I started my career, energy companies were the biggest in the world. I worked at ExxonMobil. It was the biggest company in the world, $400 billion market cap. Today, that's laughable. 2025, the biggest companies in the world are semiconductor companies, energy companies, and some software companies, which are now becoming energy companies and hardware companies. Where are we going? 10 years from now, the biggest companies in the world will be energy companies, compute companies, crypto companies. Today, crypto is a tiny sliver of this. If we want to make it a big and material slice, we need to invest in energy, compute, crypto. That's it. Thank you for listening. I'll post these online.
Awesome. Well, welcome everyone. Have some of the top VCs here for an exciting discussion today on crypto and what they're focused on. So I guess to kick it off, quick intros. Joe, you want to start?
Yeah, hey everybody. Joe Berzesi, I'm a general partner at RW3 Ventures. We started RW3 3 years ago in partnership with a big family office called the Raptor Group. One of our leading investors is Mubadala, sovereign wealth fund of the UAE. I was one of the first advisors to Ava Labs and Avalanche when it was just 3 or 4 people. And before this, I ran the Americas at BitGo.
Hey everyone, Anjan here. I'm at Parify Capital. We're an investment firm that's focused exclusively in the blockchain space. Been around for 7 years. We run token, equity, credit, and technology strategies. Very early investor in a lot of the leading DeFi protocols and been around the Avalanche ecosystem for a couple of years. So excited to be here.
Hey everyone, Rob Haddock here. I'm a general partner at Dragonfly. For those who don't know us, we're about $4 billion under management, a VC fund primarily focused entirely on crypto and blockchain. We also own a liquid fund called Metastable, which was actually a seed investor in Avalanche. So we've been around the Avalanche ecosystem for a really long time.
Just quickly on myself, Matthew Potts, focus on liquid at Coin Fund. Coin Fund is a venture seed and liquid fund. So I guess to kick it off, guys, where do you see or what do you see the role of crypto VCs in 2025? Rob, you want to start?
Yeah, I guess I could take a few different directions. I think, interestingly, right, you look at Twitter right now, and there's like a lot of kind of anti-VC sentiment that seems like online. Mostly, it's like completely misplaced and kind of misunderstands market structure. But I also think what is true in crypto is that there is a token means that you get very early liquidity, which that very early liquidity often has misaligned incentives. And that misaligned incentives has meant that a lot of the quote-unquote VCs in the space are essentially just trading shops or prop shops that are completely unaligned with the founders or the projects themselves that are good actors. And the actual role of a VC, if we look at the history of capital formation, is to be, 1, a capital provider, but 2, just a trusted friend, confidant, somebody that you call on a Saturday when shit's going badly and it's breaking and you're trying to figure out how to respond to it or how to go and do public communications, how to do things like that. All of the other stuff we talk about VCs doing, they don't really need to be fucking doing, to be honest. And you don't need me to help run your business. You need me to be helpful when you want to pick up the phone and call. But 2, all of the trading that goes around it and the LPing and things like that, those should be different people. They should not be the same market participants as the VCs themselves.
Yeah, if you look back over the past couple cycles, in 2017 in the ICO days, you had a lot of small crypto funds that were just flipping SAFs, flipping tokens post TGE. The asset class has matured quite a bit over the past couple of years. So now you've gone from these small crypto funds to really these investment platforms where funds are doing liquid tokens, equity. Maybe they're running validators on your network. Maybe they're providing liquidity as well. So the job of a crypto VC has definitely changed over the past couple of years. I think on a day-to-day basis, crypto VCs can actually do a lot more harm than good if you're not careful. To Rob's point on the token side, but even just finding product market fit. I don't think VCs are the best in terms of telling you, super talented founders, hey, you should build in this direction. I think they can give you guidance. But I think the hit rate is not great amongst most crypto VCs. It's really hard to predict where the puck is going. So I think crypto VCs, can be very helpful on, thinking about business models, your next key hires, help with fundraising, be a sounding board when you're thinking about these core product ideas. But if you're not careful during board meetings or executive meetings and you let, VCs kind of guide your overall product direction, you can kind of lose your voice. So that's, maybe just some advice for the builders in the room.
I think I agree with a bunch of those points. I mean, from our perspective, we really focus on a few things. The first is storytelling. I think one of the big challenges that founders have in this space is being able to distill their story to investors, to potential customers. I mean, no matter where you go, it could be Fortune 500 companies, you could be talking to major LPs and funds. I think most people to this day would have a hard time even telling you what a blockchain is. So I think a lot of these founders come into this space, they maybe have really deep domain expertise, and they've found a way to build on blockchains. And for them to actually tell that story effectively, I think is really hard. So we spend a lot of time helping there. And then I can only speak from the RW3 and Raptor side of things, but we're 1 degree of separation from just about anybody that people want to meet, both in crypto and in the real world. So I think where we make early stage investments, one of the things we try and do is really collapse the amount of time it takes for people to get to the customers and investors they want to meet.
Yeah, and Rob, I think just to dig in on something you said on the criticism and the tokenomics, right? Coming from the liquid side, a lot of the criticism I hear is we can't have an alt season because of the VC overhang, right? What do you think about that? Like, is that criticism valid? And secondly, as you all do lead deals, are you factoring that into the tokenomics that you're doing? Is that a consideration? Or is it more of a team and tokenomics problem, not a VC problem?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty clearly not a VC problem, right? Like, it is a incentive alignment problem that exists for everybody, right? So the founders feel that their incentives are to launch tokens at a high valuation. They raise rounds and capital at high valuations because they want less dilution, and so then they also want the VCs want them to launch at a higher valuation. The exchanges want to list them at a higher valuation, and they are taking a bunch of the tokens as some sort of reward or incentive for that. The market makers are taking loans, and they are incentivized if the token value is higher. So everybody in the whole ecosystem is incentivized for this token to trade highly at first, right? And then they unlock and then they sell these things, right? The reality of that is that the way we have designed typical token economics is batshit. It's really silly, right? And we need to be more thoughtful around how do we align long-term incentives, not short-term incentives. How do we figure out a way to make sure that everyone is swimming in the same direction and building a product that is meant to be used over many, many years, as if it is a business and not just a piece of technology where the token itself is the product and then we're going to go dump it and make some money and go to some Formula One races afterwards or whatever, right? And that's what too much of the industry has been. And so I think, one, it's okay, well, how do we redesign, unlock investing schedules? How do we make sure that, there's not just necessarily these shelling points or cliffs where everyone is just selling? But two is how do we figure out a way to bring more of this ownership back to the community? Because things like, oh, well, there's only a 10% float or 15% float. By the way, that's the same exact float that you get in the public markets, right, in equities. That is not a weird amount of float to be out there. What is weird is that we don't feel like we have a long-term reason to be investing in this thing, and there's no kind of fundamental reason or that we believe that we're going to get value back in the future, and so we're all racing for the exit. And so it's really about, okay, what do you guys build that has long-term usage and that people want to be a part of and that is going to add economic value? And then how do I align the incentives with the rest of us? And we all collectively bear the responsibility for that. So it's not a VC thing, it is an everybody thing. And on top of that, how do we get retail and the incremental buyer into the space? If you look at volumes on chain today for alts, there is just no volume. It's not there because there are no retail users buying these tokens. And there's too many tokens for too many projects that just don't have a lot of usage. And so it's really a market structure broad problem that we all bear the responsibility for.
Yeah, I think a lot of this comes down to just having product market fit. If you have a good product that has product market fit, has usage, the token itself can be figured out. If you look on CoinGecko today, putting aside meme coins, 10,000 plus tokens, how many of those tokens really need to exist from first principles? Probably less than 1%, right? So if it's less than 1%, what's the actual use case for a lot of those other tokens beyond just existing and serving as a form of liquidity for everyone involved? I think there are probably too many teams that are launching tokens that don't actually need to launch tokens. So I think going back to the first question, one of the jobs of VCs is to also push back and say, hey, maybe maybe launching a token isn't the right thing to do because you may destroy long-term value for the company or the product. But if the focus is, let me build the highest quality product, and then if and when it makes sense, let me launch a token, I think those projects end up doing quite well longer term. If the focus is, hey, let me try to play this token game, there may be money to be made, but it's very PvP, and then a lot of people end up losing money, and then there's this backlash. I think one of the as we think about moving forward, what can be done, I think transparency is a big one. Like I think a lot of people are kind of saying exchanges should self-police or VC should self-police, but that's not how incentives work, right? You have to have a very strong market-based incentive for the top projects to rise to the top. And the way that works is through transparency, right? So if you go launch a token and you're very transparent, here's our unlock schedule, here are the certain wallets for foundations, market makers, whatever it may be. Here's the exact structure of the agreement, right? When you start to add this level of transparency, that builds confidence in the public market. So then you not just have retail investors coming in, but also sophisticated liquid pools of capital who may want to come in and actually get involved in your token, but don't know, is this a real price? Is this something we actually want to step in? So transparency, can really help solve that. And whether that's on the exchanges or whoever, we can have a broader debate. But I do think over the past couple of months, you're starting to see kind of steps in the right direction. And then hopefully with that, you get more sophisticated pools of capital coming in and not just retail. Because at the end of the day, you want longer term holders for a lot of these tokens.
I actually agree with a lot of things you said there. I'm working on something right now, a simple blog post that I think actually answers a lot of these questions. And it's really titled, "Is any of this shit real?" And I think a lot of it is just, we live in a space right now where lots of money was made in the previous cycle, 2017 to 2019, seeding what is now some of the best infrastructure, Solana, Avalanche, et cetera. And as those strategies have been tried to be recycled in the current market cycle, they're bumping into a few things. One is that a lot of this stuff is vaporware. I think a good example, I got in a little bit of trouble for calling out Aleo last time on this panel, but I'll call out Movement Labs on this one. I think that's a good example of vaporware. There's a lot of these projects where they raise money at super high valuations. They launch with minimal product market fit or users, and everyone's like, well, why aren't the valuations going up? Why aren't these token values going up? And I think it's both a function of the fact that most of this stuff doesn't actually need to exist. And separately, when you look at the supply and demand dynamics of crypto right now, the amount of new tokens being launched is massive. The amount of inflation that's coming every day from staking rewards, unlocks, et cetera, is massive. And the amount of capital that would have to come in to see the same type of performance you saw in all the previous projects would just have to be a lot more significant than it is. I think a lot of this will resolve over time, and I think what really matters for the space and for VCs is actually just funding real businesses with revenue, cash flow, et cetera, that don't need a token to exist in the long run.
Yeah, so Anjan, you touched on this in the beginning. VCs can't do everything for a project, right? So where do you think founders are overestimating what VCs can do for them? Like, what's that one area where founder comes to you and it's like, I can't really help you here? Like, where is that?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say it's like binary, VCs can't help, but I'll go back to kind of my earlier point on finding product market fit. Like I see a lot of founders, they went through the bear market after FTX collapsed and they're looking for new ideas and they may turn to VCs like, hey, I'm thinking about this, I'm thinking about that. And again, VCs can be a helpful sounding board, but I don't think they should be the ones really determining your product direction. I think it comes down to what does the market want? So staying close to the product and customers, right? What's the feedback from customers? Do they like this general direction? Is there appetite to actually pay for this product? What are the competitive dynamics? Staying very close there and drowning out the noise is super, super important, especially in crypto, right? So if you look back in 2021, there were DeFi founders who were suddenly doing NFT startups and gaming companies, right? Then you had, the bear market that washed out a lot of the vaporware, and then you start coming back and, well, now let's do something in meme coins. Oh, AI is hot. Let's explore that. Farcaster raised this crazy round. Maybe we should explore decentralized social. So, these are the conversations I'm seeing some founders have where they're constantly kind of going back and forth. I'm getting swayed by what's going on in the market, whether it's a new listing that takes place and suddenly the token price is at some crazy valuation. All of these things can be very dangerous in the long term. And there are VCs who may even push like, hey, you should pivot to XYZ vertical because it's hot. Well, why do they think it's hot? Well, maybe they can launch a token because there's some random comp on Binance listed at that level. So getting out of this kind of echo chamber, I think is really important. And again, if you go to your VCs or your board and you say, hey, I spent the last 6 months iterating on this product, here's a data-driven approach on why customers like it, why they're willing to pay for it, here's a competitive differentiation, I think VCs can be a very helpful sounding board.
Yeah, I want to answer a slightly different question. I'm sorry about that, but it comes, it's in relation to what you just said. Is I see a lot of pitches, and I'm going to bring up one specifically, so hopefully the founder's not in the room, but he was actually a very smart guy. But he basically was like, listen, I'm building a verticalized, like virtuals competitor for AI agents that are going to do payments for dentists. And I said, why? Like, what is the point? I don't really understand this. And he's like, well, I've talked to some AI VCs, and they're really into, kind of verticalized agentic marketplaces right now, and they believe that like this is the future. We're gonna have an agentic economy. So, okay, I understand. And I've talked to some others, and he had a payments background, and they believe there's gonna be agentic payments that are made. And then I dug into his background a little bit, and I was like, well, what are you actually passionate about? And it had nothing to do with any of that. And the reason he was building that, as we talked longer, was because he thought that it would resonate with the VCs. And I'm telling you right now, if that is the way that you approach trying to build a business or a market, you will lose. That is not how it'll work, because it is not your life mission. It is not the thing you're passionate about. You won't wake up in the morning and say, this is what I'm going to do for the rest of my life, and I'm excited about doing that. If that's not the case, then you're not going to be successful. And so what you need us for is to be a really good confidant and to be a really good partner for you and to stick with you thick and thin and be a capital provider. What you don't need us for, and it is always going to be you moving in the wrong direction if you're trying to use us to be the person that tells you where you're supposed to be going.
Yep. And I guess focusing now more on Avalanche, no ecosystem is perfect. Avalanche has its criticisms, right? Which of these do you think hold merit, and what is the ecosystem doing to address them?
I think I'll start with this one, and I feel like I've been saying this for a long time. I feel like very much in stealth, Avalanche has been killing on the business development side. If you are very close to the ecosystem, you'll know things from Gunzilla, MapleStory, Apollo, go down the list of all the things that we've probably talked about over the last 2 days. I think one of the problems it has is really narrative in the market. Whether I'm talking to people in crypto, to potential investors in my fund, they all very much know Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana. I think those kind of dominate the mind share in a lot of ways. And when you talk about Avalanche, like they have no idea like all this great stuff is going on. So I still think to this day, years later, after I probably said this last year and the year before as well, I think there's still a lot of wood to chop on having a better narrative and having the market understand like there's real things happening here. And in my opinion, like significantly more real than basically anything that's happening in any other ecosystem.
Yeah, narrative is a big one. And just to go one level deeper on that, I think if the question is, okay, how do you now convey this narrative and get people excited? If you look at what Ethereum, Solana, even Base to some extent, have done over the past couple of years, it's not hiring PR, or maybe they are in the background, but the primary way is not just hiring PR agencies and being active on Twitter. It's getting people excited about the products that are on the chain. And it's not hundreds of applications. It's 4 to 5 high-quality applications. Whether you like Pump.Fun or hate Pump.Fun, they're a massive force, right, in terms of volume and users, whatever. So you have to make it as easy as possible to use Avalanche. And a common question I get from investors or builders is, what's going on with Avalanche and how do I use the products? Right? Do I go and use the C chain? Do I go use one of the 50 L1s? How do I navigate across those different chains? I know the core wallet's doing a much better job of that today. But it's also hard to figure out what's actually going on in the ecosystem. So I think if Avalanche, and maybe it's the core team or other wallets, creates just the best discovery mechanism where, hey, I want to do stuff on Avalanche, what's going on? I download Core, and it's very easy for me to see, here are the new apps/L1s I should figure out. Obviously, all the interoperability stuff is abstracted away. I don't have to, everyone here has probably used Ethereum and Layer 2. It's like, let's learn from that. It's such a garbage UX, right? To go to different L2s, click like change network, figuring out one of 4 bridges to move my assets over, hope I don't get hacked along the way. I mean, it's a mess, right? So there's a lot we can learn from and realize that doesn't really work from a marketing and user acquisition standpoint. So let's make it super easy in this core app. And then I think the second, third order effects of that is now that people can try and use these very high quality applications, builders come over because now there's a way for them to actually target specific users. And then the market and broader users and institutional investors, whoever it may be, actually understand what's going on in the ecosystem versus, you know, I get this question probably every week, what is going on in the Avalanche ecosystem? And it's not easy for me to answer that unless you're in the weeds, which is, you know, a problem. But I think the Avalanche and the core team are making some good strides there.
I'm going to take a little bit of a different tact, which is, you know, I think there's a lot of good points that were made there. But blockchains are essentially a financial ledger, right? Like they are best used for finance. And at the core of everything that we're talking about in terms of tokenization, the core of everything that we're talking about into even some of the robust ecosystems that you have with like a MapleStory or a Gunzilla is a robust financial ecosystem or DeFi, right? And we're seeing it right now with even like, okay, so on the tokenization side, Apollo is doing this thing called ACRED, and they're doing a looping strategy on Polygon. It's got a lot of people very excited. You know, hopefully that will come over to Avalanche as well. But I think we're starting to see, or at least I'm seeing in my conversations, an acceleration of excitement around putting like tokenization in DeFi, an acceleration of excitement around doing new financial primitives in DeFi and how they can kind of operate as a different form or a better form of a financial rail for a lot of the things that we would be doing otherwise. Stablecoins is the same thing, payments on chain, but you need DeFi for that. And for a lot of the DeFi founders in the room, and hopefully there's a bunch of you, right now, I think Avalanche has probably let you down on a relative basis to tokenization or gaming or some of the other things where they've been really well known for. And that's the area that I want to see Avalanche really lean into. There's no reason that Avalanche should be 9th in DeFi TVL, should be 12th in fees, should be, I think it's like 10th in stable coins for the technology that it has and for how good of a platform it is. And so, you know, for anyone in building a DeFi or thinking about building a DeFi, please build here, build new financial primitives. That's what I want to see. I think that's where, and that will help the rest of the ecosystem of Avalanche.
So if you're running the foundation, how would you allocate money to support that? Putting you on the spot here.
I mean, listen, and they're trying to figure out how to do this and close to the foundation around incentives and business development and bringing in, you know, the best developers but I think at the end of the day, incentives only go so far. I think we've seen it, right? You know, things like, you know, PYUSD throwing a bunch of incentives into a Camino pool to like try to, you know, ramp up the amount of PYUSD in those pools on Solana. The second those incentives go away, it got cut in half, right? We see this a lot. What you need is you need a really robust developer ecosystem. You need people who want to build there. You need liquidity. And if you bring that, it becomes a flywheel and it develops and it helps everyone else in the ecosystem. So I think getting back to that kind of first principles, DeFi is what makes the rest of everything work, is I think the way that we need to reorient ourselves for all blockchain builders, in my opinion.
So when you look out across the ecosystem of Avalanche, and Rob, you touched on it with DeFi, are there any other areas where you feel the ecosystem has been underserved, either through capital, talent, or tooling?
Yeah, I mean, maybe this is more contrarian, but I think you just double down on the stuff that's working versus trying to, you know, go out and compete in 10 different areas. Like as I think about blockchain and AI, I think there's a lot of really exciting stuff, but you know, what's really working today, what really has product market fit, it's only a couple of verticals, right? It's DeFi, it's tokenization. I mean, stablecoins and payments, this is the hottest narrative, and I would say it's still understated in terms of its potential. Right? So why can't Avalanche become the home for new types of stablecoin payments chains, right? So if you're a fintech that wants to launch your own stablecoin, does it make sense for you to explore your own Avalanche L1? You have the full stack integrated within the Avalanche L1. Maybe it's KYC, maybe it's permissioned, you have compliance built in, right? You have super low fees. Maybe it's focused on B2B payments, remittances, whatever it may be. There's all these payments and fintech related opportunities that I think Avalanche should triple, quadruple down and win there. You know, look, could Avalanche do more in DePIN? I mean, sure, could Avalanche do more in AI, but what will drive the most amount of fees, usage, what has real traction and product market fit today? I think it's stablecoins and certain elements of DeFi. You know, Rob mentioned, you know, making RWAs more useful. I I mean, right now across the board, you look at RWA TVL, or you look at the number of fintechs or banks that have announced, hey, we're tokenizing XYZ. I'm super bullish on RWAs, but I think a lot of that stuff is nonsense, right? It's not just about tokenizing the assets, but what can you actually do, right? So if Avalanche becomes the place where the assets are actually traded, or you can get leverage on them, or they're fractionalized, or there's an integration with stablecoins, that's actually something brand new versus, hey, I'm just going to hold BUIDL on chain, but it's less liquid than Fidelity or anything else. There needs to be that unlocking the new primitive. So look, I'm excited about AI. I'm a little bit less excited about gaming. So I think Avalanche should just double, triple down on DeFi payments, stuff like that.
Maybe I would. I feel like this has been like kind of negative of a panel on Avalanche for an Avalanche conference, and I think I want to make the point or reiterate that I think the reason we are all here is that we're actually very excited about Avalanche, and I've been involved in the Avalanche ecosystem for a long time, and I think they've done a lot of this stuff incredibly well. Like the gaming, there's only one chain that is working for gaming right now. It is Avalanche, right? What we've seen out of MapleStore and what we've seen out of Gonzilla and others, and the tokenization side and the kind of the institutional side has been incredibly well. But what at least I believe, and part of the reason that we're having this conversation is that Avalanche has really, really fantastic technology that should be doing even better than it is today. And that's why we're I think, having this conversation about, okay, what can it be doing better?
Yeah. And I guess looking forward to the next summit, like what's the key metric you're focused on to make sure the ecosystem is on track and we're seeing this growth? Is it new L1s? Is it user activity? Is it DeFi TVL? Like what's the key metric you think is most important going forward?
I think it'll be having hopefully multiple subnets or L1s that have, call it 1 million monthly users or more. I think Gonzilla, MapleStory right now, at least in my mind, are the front runners to do that. We actually have a really interesting K-pop company that's going to launch on Avalanche as well. So I think this ecosystem really only needs 1 or 2 of these L1s to prove that this model makes sense. Launch your own blockchain. I think it's well on the way, and I think if we come here next year and even just Gonzilla itself has 1 million monthly actives or more, that would be a very bullish sign to me.
Yeah, a lot of, as I think about metrics, there's the kind of vanity metrics that a lot of people are focused on, TVL, active addresses. I do worry about the civil resistance of a lot of those metrics, right? Because overnight people can spin up L1s and kind of bump up L1 active addresses, or if you deploy a bunch of AVAX into a certain L1, then suddenly TVL goes up. I think those are important, but I do worry, like, okay, a couple years from now, are those the metrics that Avalanche will be tested versus, let's say it's REV or fees. I think stablecoin volume could be very interesting. Again, you have to be careful about like the wash trading of that or people just going back and forth, but that I think will be a very important metric moving forward. RWA, TVL, I think specifically could be very important. And then one level below is the actual volume of that RWA, right? Or how much leverage is provided against that RWA, meaning the utility of that RWA versus just the TVL itself. And I think, yeah, I mean, the number of new L1s that are launching, I think is obviously super important, but I'm definitely way more focused on quality versus quantity. I'd love to see Avalanche have, even next year, if we're talking 5 super, super widely used L1s versus 100, 200 that are kind of in between.
So super quickly, because I think we're up on time. I think the only thing that really matters is developers. Like all of this stuff matters, right? But more developers. I want this room to be more packed next year. I want it to be more of you to have 1,500 engineers that are all working for you, and that we just have a really, really robust ecosystem, because everything else will follow.
Well, thank you guys. Very interesting conversation. Thank you for joining. These guys will be around if you have any follow-up questions. Thanks.
Thank you.
monetize directly in-app.
But it's honest work.
can monetize directly in-app.
But it's honest work.
can monetize directly in-app.
But it's honest work.
can monetize directly in-app.
But it's honest work.
monetize directly in-app.
But it's honest work.
can monetize directly in-app.
But it's honest work.
monetize directly in-app.
But it's honest work.
can monetize directly in-app.
But it's honest work.
monetize directly in-app.
But it's honest work.
can 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 monetize directly in-app.
But it's honest work.
everyone else turns away. Turn to me.
You can monetize directly in-app.
But it's honest work.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be with you all. I think we're going to start the talk with introductions, and then John and I are going to interview each other. Maybe we'll take some questions from the audience as well. We'll see where this goes. But John, maybe you could tell the audience a little about yourself.
Sure. I'm John Darcy. I'm a partner at Skybridge Capital, which is a global alternative investment firm with about $3 billion under management. Starting in about 2020, we're a 20-year-old firm, but starting in about 2020, we decided to pull the trigger on a theme that we had been studying for several years, that we thought a digital-first economy and a low-interest rate environment would be good for digital assets. So we started allocating heavily to the digital asset space, to the point that today, in 2025, about 70%, I believe, of our overall AUM is in digital asset-related investments, including an enthusiastic investment in Avalanche, which we think as sort of the hype cycle of crypto recedes, that Avalanche is going to be one of the big winners in the layer one space as a Swiss Army knife for all types of different real-world applications. I'm also the CEO of SALT, which is a global thought leadership forum and event series that we do around the world, where we try to convene curate groups of people, of a few hundred people today, to discuss issues related to digital innovation in financial services and AI. But it's great to be here, and thank you to the Avalanche team for having me and for bringing us all to this great venue.
Yeah, I think that I will echo what John said. Super exciting to be with you all today here at the Avalanche Summit in historic Hatfield House. Check out the Elizabeth Oak. I've heard it's quite something, if you can find it. But Baylor Myers here. I am with BitGo. We are one of the original crypto companies. We've got about 100 billion in assets on our platform. We started out as one of the first wallet platforms in 2013, founded by Mike Belshie. Some of you may know Mike if you're familiar with these conferences, but he's a bit of a legend in the software engineering industry. He started out at Netscape, building one of the first internet browsers. He then founded a company called Lookout that he sold to Microsoft, and that folded into Outlook. Then he was recruited from Microsoft over to Google, where he built Google Chrome and authored the HTTP 2.0 protocol. After all of that, he got into crypto in 2012 as sort of the next evolution of the internet. So BitGo has always been at the forefront of the digital asset industry. We have our wallet platform, we are a custodian, and then we do institutional trading and lending. So I'm very excited to represent BitGo this afternoon here at the conference. Prior to joining BitGo, I was at the Treasury Department, where I worked for Secretary Mnuchin in the first Trump administration. Depending on how this talk goes, I think we'll get a little into policy. As John mentioned, he works for Anthony Scaramucci. We all know each other quite well, and I think it could get interesting if we take a few questions. But very excited to be here. And John, I guess to start the discussion, to keep it more focused on Avalanche and I guess deployment of capital, maybe you could share with the audience what you're seeing on the institutional development front from a Skybridge perspective.
Yeah, I think to this point, the interest has revolved around Bitcoin, if you're talking about institutional asset allocators. So when we started allocating to the space in 2020, we started very much with Bitcoin. Like a lot of people, Bitcoin was our gateway drug into the broader digital asset ecosystem. But when we have conversations with whether it's pensions, endowments, foundations, fund of funds, family offices even, still, it's just getting them to Bitcoin, getting them to yes on Bitcoin as a starting point. And then, at that point, it starts to open up a conversation around the rest of the industry. And I think part of that is the regulatory clarity that existed more around Bitcoin. Obviously, these types of buttoned-up institutions are looking to do things that have clearly defined regulation and rules. But I think we are entering a new era here, obviously, and I think much has been made about regulatory clarity and the stablecoin bill and potentially market structure bill coming through. But I think people still underestimate the impact that's going to have on institutional capital flows. I think everyone's just waiting, for that starting gun to be fired off in terms of creating clear sets of rules and guidelines and laws around what can be tokenized, what they can invest in, clear tax implications of different types of investments. So, we have sort of evolved as a firm, and we view our role as being a bridge, no pun intended, between the institutional asset management community and the decentralized finance community. And that's what we do at SALT, that's what we do at Skybridge. And we're extremely happy with our decision to go headfirst into this asset class. Obviously, with Bitcoin today back near all-time highs, and a lot of our other investments in the space performing well. But I think people again are still underestimating the impact that these changes in Congress and this new set of laws and regulations are going to have on capital flows. And I think Avalanche is positioned very well to be a huge beneficiary of that. I think there's a lot of, frankly, a lot of garbage in crypto, if I'm being honest with you, my personal opinion. And I think Avalanche has continued to have their heads down and continued to build in a responsible and institutional way. And I think Avalanche's moment, obviously I'm biased because we're investors and big believers in the ecosystem, but as I talk to founders and builders here, it makes me even more confident that the next wave of digital asset blockchain adoption, that Avalanche is going to be a huge part of that. Turning it around to you, Baylor, I would like to talk a little bit about, we were talking before we went on and talking last night, you worked for Secretary Steve Mnuchin at the United States Treasury Department for President Donald Trump, which people forget sometimes that during his first term, he wasn't super pro-crypto, and Secretary Mnuchin wasn't super pro-crypto. Why did you make a decision coming out of Treasury to go work in the crypto industry amid that backdrop? And how has the landscape evolved in Washington? What has been your observation about why things have changed so quickly, both with the president, the Treasury, Commerce Department, and just Washington in general?
Sure. Yeah, happy to take that question. We have seen a seismic shift in sentiment among policymakers in Washington since my time there from 2017 to 2021. At the time, I would say Secretary Mnuchin was neutral negative on crypto, and that was probably the same for President Trump in the first term. But what we saw in the intervening 4 years during the Biden administration was an all-out assault on innovation domestically in the U.S., and it had this incredible impact on founders, builders, lifelong Democrats who essentially changed their political persuasions based on persecution by the regulatory agencies in Washington. And so if you look at that evolution from 2021 to 2024, most of it was self-inflicted by the Biden administration and their antagonism towards crypto. And I think also, to speak highly of Avalanche and all of the individuals who have contributed to our industry in the last 4 years, crypto really proved that we have real innovations. We have a lot of value to add to international financial transactions. And that is continuing, I think, to prove its point. And we're looking at a bill right now that may pass the Senate today, Eastern Standard Time, on stablecoins. It's called the Genius Act, and that will be a significant step forward for realizing a solid and clarified regulatory framework in Washington for digital assets, which, as the world's largest economy, will help globally with continued adoption and growth in this space. So super
Let me
exciting.
follow up with you on stablecoins for a minute. So I've talked to the team at BitGo. It seems like everybody in the world wants a stablecoin today. You've supported the launch of World Liberty Financial's USD1. The transaction that took place was announced in the Middle East a few weeks ago. I think there's been discussions at BitGo about should we have a stablecoin. Sort of the stablecoin wars are heating up in a significant way. You saw Mountain Protocol get acquired by Anchorage. What has been BitGo's approach now that it appears we're going to have some regulatory blessing around stablecoins? What has been your approach? Do you think BitGo might launch a stablecoin, or how are you approaching that ecosystem?
Sure. Thanks, John. Yeah, we were very excited to be announced as the infrastructure provider for USD1, which is World Liberty Financial's stablecoin. It got a lot of press, $2 billion plus in market cap over a period of a few days, supporting an investment by MGX into Binance. And from that project that we engaged upon in the fall of this past year, we've actually opened up a whole new business line called Stablecoin as a Service, whereby entities interested in building a stablecoin can contract with BitGo and build that stablecoin on our rails. We see that as a significant...
Is that SaaS? Is that STAS? What's the acronym on that?
We're coming up with something. The marketing team is hot on it. We've got a friend in Joe Brucesi who's going to be pushing our products, I'm sure, as he always has. He's very influential here in the Avalanche community. Joe, good to see you. And we're excited, I think, about that product line. As you guys may know, we're a very large staking provider, maybe the number one in the world, depending on how you count it. So we continue to see adoption in that vertical. But it's super exciting. And I guess from a capital deployment perspective, what are you hearing about stablecoins? Larry Fink is saying everything's going to be tokenized. That's the future of finance. All equities will go in that direction. What are you hearing on Wall Street?
I think we're headed in that direction. We've actually had a lot of recent conversations as stablecoin legislation nears hopefully its conclusion, and then the market structure debate starts to ramp up around, we as a firm, again, our ethos is around how do we drive adoption and make these investments that we've made more successful. We want to be sort of active investors and participants in creating a rising tide in this industry. We've had more conversations around taking some of our private funds and tokenizing them. So, we've talked to the team at Avalanche, we've talked to various providers in the space. We think that reality, again, is much closer than people realize. Galaxy, one-time potential acquirer of BitGo, that transaction didn't go through, but Galaxy just recently uplisted to NASDAQ. Mike Novogratz very loudly talking about their engagement with regulators in Washington around tokenizing their stock and tokenizing different assets that they own.
Maybe I can jump in real quick, because this is actually a perfect case study. As John's talking about Galaxy listing on the NASDAQ, which was a significant achievement for the Galaxy team, that is actually what contributed to our deal not going through. So for those of you who have followed the crypto press closely over the last 4 or 5 years, BitGo was engaged in the first $1 billion plus acquisition by Galaxy in the crypto industry. That was in 2021. And we were not able to close that deal because Galaxy could not list on the NASDAQ, which just happened. So that's the material impact that this regulatory assault had on our industry. It literally blew up the deal. It's caused a lot of hardship for everyone who was involved, but we're super excited to continue a strong commercial relationship with Galaxy, and we're very pleased to see them list on the NASDAQ finally this past week. But please continue on, John.
Yeah, and I think it's a great point that when you have more tokenized assets and you have more publicly traded blockchain digital asset companies, it's going to create a wave of M&A in this space. You've already seen it, again, with Mountain Protocol Anchorage, with USYC being acquired by Circle, a yield-bearing stablecoin at Hashnote. And so I think you're going to see a wave of consolidation and M&A in crypto that I think is going to be good for the ecosystem. I think there's a lot of stuff happening. Again, I think there's a lot of garbage in crypto and there's a lot of real stuff. And I think the average person struggles to discern between, what's real and what's not. And I try to encourage people to come to events like this and talk to builders that I run into and meet as part of these Avalanche summits to find some of the real stuff that's being built. But I think that consolidation will be healthy. And just another point on capital flows is that I think when we started doing our due diligence on digital assets and digital asset funds starting in 2017, we went to RLPs, which include institutions and also include wealth managers and their financial advisors. They vomited in their mouth when we said we're going to potentially put on digital asset exposure. They made it very clear they did not want us to put that exposure in our portfolio on behalf of them and sometimes their clients if they're financial advisors or RIAs. They weren't quite as upset about it in 2020, but there was still a lot of skepticism around that decision when we decided to pull the trigger on that allocation in 2020. And again, it's RIAs and financial advisors saying, my clients don't want this, you're making me look bad, why are you doing this? That conversation is completely flipped on its head, where now you have advisors coming to us, whether it be small institutions or financial advisors or RIAs saying, thank God I have Bitcoin exposure through Skybridge because my clients are now beating down my door saying, what are we doing about Bitcoin ETFs? What are we doing about crypto exposure? Why aren't you up to speed on this? And so it's been an education process, and there's been a lot of players in the space. I think somebody like Bitwise has done a great job of education with that community. But the career risk side of allocating to digital assets and participating in tokenization and the digital asset ecosystem has completely flipped on its head, and that will only accelerate in the wake of stablecoin legislation and market structure legislation. Turning back to you, Baylor, I want to talk about market structure because there's all this optimism in Washington around, okay, yeah, we're going to get this all done by the summer recess. You know, stablecoin is going to fly through, market structure is going to fly through. You know, Coinbase, I think, has lobbied a little bit. They wanted it all done in one fell swoop. That didn't end up being the way that Congress tackled it. Do you think market structure legislation is as close as people want it to be? That summer recess comes and we're ready to tokenize the world and you know, continue to run down that path, or do you think potentially there's going to be more hangups, or where do you see the trajectory of digital asset regulation going?
Sure. So it's a hot topic right now in Washington, whether or not the stablecoin legislation will be combined with the market structure bill, which has a draft out of the House of Representatives right now. And a lot of it, I think, revolves around how market structure will be defined. So certain industry participants have strong views. BitGo's position is that custodial activity should be segregated from exchange activity. Had that occurred, there may never have been an FTX downfall. Had FTX had an independent qualified custodian like BitGo, the whole downturn could have been prevented for our industry. So it's very important, I think, to have proof of reserves and to have independent qualified custody, ideally in cold storage. To push our book a little bit. So we've been spreading that message around Washington right now. We think it's very important to the security of digital asset markets and the way that exchanges operate from an investor protection standpoint. So I think the conversation will evolve over the next few months, depending on how this big, beautiful bill goes, which is the president's priority right now. That's being pushed through Congress as well. I think it could happen by August. But your guess is probably as good as mine when it comes down to all of that. But once these pieces of legislation are locked in, if you're not following domestic politics closely in the U.S., that will really provide the legal framework needed for the federal financial regulatory agencies to go through and make rulemaking. So I would posture probably by mid-2026, we're going to have such a solid foundation in the U.S. Ideally, no one is talking about regulation anymore. We all understand the rules of the road, and most of these talks don't involve me opining on politics and involve more of you guys talking about what the latest, greatest item is that you're building, hopefully with Avalanche.
Yeah, just to make a quick point about the custody situation, that was one of the things that held us back from honestly investing in digital assets in 2017 is you had all these digital asset hedge funds that were performing amazingly and had returned, you know, thousands of % of capital to their investors, but we go to them and perform operational due diligence, and our team comes back and says, well, this fund has, you know, 90% self-custody and all these things. So I think it's a very important point that segregating custody is very important. Obviously, it's something that BitGo has advocated for, so happy to boost my playing partner here, Baylor, on that point. But it's very important, and I think for the institutional adoption of the asset class and institutional capital flows, it's important. We could talk all day if you want to.
And we could take questions.
We could take questions,
well.
but
yeah.
Ultimately to be overturned by next administration or
legislation. And that's why it's so critical we get these bills through this year, ideally before utility and the value of why this industry is so important to finance. But John, I'll give you the last word.
Yeah, I think it's a great point that the importance of legislation is huge, not just SEC guidance or and that at this stage, there's some voices in the crypto community who say, oh, Republicans are the only ones that are supporting us. Those are the only for 50 years because Democrats are lost in the woods and they don't know what they're doing. You know, there is some wisdom to that, but I think now is a very important time for the industry to be engaging with Democrats who want to engage constructively on this issue. I'll use somebody like Mark Warner as an example. He's sort of part of the old guard of the Democratic Party, not somebody who you thought would be at the center of all these debates on stablecoin legislation, but I think the industry has done a very good job of sending adults into Washington, engaging with people like Mark Warner. He is engaged and provided feedback on these bills, maybe not everything that everybody dreamed of, but gotten to a point of consensus that I think makes the legislation and makes this movement much more durable. So I think we need to resist the temptation for partisanship, and I think engagement with forward-thinking Democrats like Ruben Gallego and Mark Warner,
Richie Torres.
There's a number of them. Kirsten Gillibrand certainly has been supportive of the industry, but I think Coinbase, Fairshake, others have been smart about that, and I think we need to continue down that path of bipartisanship.
I agree 100%. And on that note, thank you all very much. It was a pleasure speaking with you, John.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, a really, really warm welcome to this particular session. Before I proceed further with the panel, I would like to say what a fantastic year it has been so far for the digital asset and blockchain space. I remember the last time when I was talking about in one of the sessions about blockchain technology and digital assets, the main focus was the Bitcoin ETF approval in the US, and now US opening up, and there is a lot of buzz around how blockchain technology can actually disrupt the alternative investment management space as well. So we are lucky enough to have a group of experts to discuss this topic. So without further ado, I would like to proceed with the introductions. Nikhil?
Hi, everyone. Great to be here. This is a fantastic location, I should say. I mean, having this calming vibe coming here and walking around. I'm Nikhil Sharma. I head growth for Connexus Digital Assets. We're a part of Connexus by JP Morgan, which is our blockchain business unit. And Connexus Digital Assets is our digital assets platform. Great to be here. Nice to meet you all.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kat, and I lead EMEA Business Development at Securitize. Securitize is the leader in the tokenization space with over $4 billion of assets brought on-chain to date. Our tokenization engine is integrated with around 10 different blockchains, and we work with the world's leading asset issuers, including BlackRock, Apollo, KKR, to bring their products on-chain. Indeed, today is a special day because actually myself and Itai were on a panel this time last year, and we were talking about tokenization. So if we look at tokenized money market funds alone, this time last year, the total AUM was around 1.5 billion across all of the asset issuers. Well, it seems that we have already crossed the 7 billion mark in tokenized money market funds, total AUM. So I think we have something, lots of progress. I think this is fantastic.
Thanks, and great to see you again and to be on a panel with you again and with everyone. So I'm Itai Tuckman. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Tokenomics. We're building an application that's purely focused on the distribution side of alternative assets. So I'm sure a number of you who are sitting in the audience now are probably trading crypto or equities or futures or any other public security on your phones. That's okay, keep doing that during the panel. But if you look at the alternative asset class, we're still in like a dinosaur world of analog paperwork, real difficult deals to understand. So a family office or RIA will get 300 pages of deal collateral, and it will take days to figure out whether or not something is even worth digging in and investing in. So we are taking that into the digital age and really only focused on all the things that are being brought on chain, putting them all together in a single interface so that high net worth investors, family offices, RIAs can invest digitally.
Amazing. And hi, everyone. I'm Siri, coming from the product team at Libre Capital. So Libre is a joint venture between Nomura and Brevan Howard, also more like a newcomer in the tokenization space, but also today working with a lot of institutions with almost $1 billion in kind of committed value locked.
Thank you so much for the introduction. Siri, we'll start with you. Why do you think blockchain technology is even important for this particular space? Because as you mentioned, you are backed by Brevan Howard, one of the biggest names in the hedge fund industry. How can it make the alternative investment management scape more efficient?
So I think if very simply we even think about the problems in investment management today, right? I don't want to call it a horrible industry, but we probably all agree it kind of is, right? It's extremely slow. It's only available for large ticket sizes, large institutions. And it's not only about the technology, it's also a lot of very operational legal hurdles, right? Fund structures, all of this. This is a huge nightmare. And I think why a lot of institutions are then into this, if we think about Brevan Howard, so on, it's really about the opportunity, and when we talk about accessibility specifically, it's the accessibility for a new global market, a completely new user base that we'll probably also hear more from Ite a bit later. But it's kind of the whole idea of breaking down. If you use blockchain, you're able to address the problems, right? Everybody here knows already about near instant settlement. You can remove intermediaries. That's all of the stuff we are all here for. And by addressing these issues, you can very simply open up, make the products accessible for the audience we are all here wanting to bring on chain. So these would be potentially people who are today, investing in crypto, but they are using neobanks. They are not the degens in the market. And now, by bringing traditional funds on chain, you can actually start offering, less risky opportunities for everyday people. So I think that's kind of the opportunity we are all here for, and what blockchain can enable.
And Ite, we all know that adoption of blockchain technology in the alternative investment management scape is increasing for sure. But I would love to know which assets are actually seeing quite a lot of demand in this particular space, and why do you think so?
Sure. Well, let's just start at 30,000 feet, right? So right now, for something to get traction, I think Kat highlighted how much traction tokenized money market funds, those types of tokenized yield-bearing funds are having. Big increase, but it's still a tiny number. And the reason it's a tiny number is because product market fit in the intersection of comfortable with tokenization in crypto and need or want a yield-bearing money is narrow. That Venn diagram intersect is narrow. It's growing, that aperture is growing, but crypto natives and degens don't want to invest in 10-year private equity, right? So there's no product market fit there between crypto traders and other things that are coming on chain. Now, what we're focused on particularly, and I get to the asset class question, is where is that intersect in terms of being able to use tokenized rails to add value to the ultimate investor? Where is that going to be? And you can sort of take things that are more complicated and rule them out. So 10-year venture capital investment with capital calls that are uncertain, et cetera, difficult, right? So you kind of like push that a little bit to the future. Same thing maybe with private equity, but private credit, you know, 1 to 3 year private credit where the tokenization is doing workflow optimization. It's helping investors like find the asset, execute the asset without cumbersome paperwork. And then something that I think is underappreciated in this space is, and then maybe borrow against the asset. I think that's a sweet spot. So private credit will be, I think, an early sweet spot. I can talk more about borrowing, and I'll just leave you with this. If you're a high net worth investor today, and you have a portfolio of alternatives, and you want to buy a big house in Bel Air, so you need $50 million. It's actually quite difficult to get a $50 million loan on a $500 million alternatives portfolio. You'd be surprised because they have to encumber the assets. So you'll go to a private bank and they'll just say, okay, we're going to lend you against your entire personal net worth. But no, I just want to borrow on this one specific asset. We need digital rails to enable those value propositions.
And Kat, when you go to the traditional finance world, everyone knows about what traditional asset management is, but they would love to know what is on-chain asset management and how different is it from the existing traditional asset management?
Yeah, it's a great question. So let me first start with the fact that there is a common misconception that digital assets equals tokenized assets. Well, digital assets, these are bearer instruments, and I'm talking about Bitcoin, Ethereum, the whole universe of altcoins and stable coins. But tokenized assets, the RWAs, they fall into a totally different category altogether. When Securitize tokenizes an asset, we already tokenize securities, and the security is basically a direct representation of that security. And so this is not a new asset class. It's the old asset class, but just brought onto new rails. And when you are trying to understand why would you do that, well, this very much unlocks liquidity, distribution, and lots of different benefits of tokenization. Just on a side note, so for example, Avalanche have been great supporters of Securitize and were one of the first chains that we integrated with. And we actually launched one of our first products back in 2022 on Avalanche. And most recently, we actually pioneered a new product called V-Bill, and that was issued, that was launched actually last week and debuted on Avalanche in partnership with Vanek Asset Manager. So again, great to be here, and thank you, Avalanche. And just to give you an example of a use case, well, our largest tokenized money market fund product, BIDL, which is around 3 billion in total AUM at this point, that has grown substantially, and we have already paid more than $1 million worth of daily yield distributions to BIDL holders on Avalanche. So what this means is, if you are the holder of BIDL on Avalanche, it means that you get daily yield distributions. So your tokenized money market fund becomes a more versatile and valuable product. Additionally, I would love to actually unpack this whole story about the private credit and the collateral use case. So indeed, when you tokenize real-world assets, you unlock new liquidity and distribution paths. So for example, you can use tokenized money market funds as alternative to non-yield-bearing stablecoins to use as collateral when lending, borrowing, and trading. And the same can be actually used with private credit funds. Actually, one of our products that we launched with Apollo is indeed that use case. And we've actually unlocked distribution of a traditional private credit fund essentially into the DeFi ecosystem through our partnership with Morpho and Gauntlet. So essentially you are buying shares of the private credit fund, but in a tokenized form, and you are able to borrow stable coins against your tokens on Morpho. that is a fantastic trading strategy. And then you can buy more shares of the Acred fund, and then you can borrow even more stable coins. Here's a trade idea for you.
Nikhil, I mean, JP Morgan is a massive name in the banking sector. We all know that the kind of scale that they have is unmatchable by most. From your perspective, what are the applications of blockchain technology that you have seen from your perspective within the banking sector? Have you seen any sort of changes? If you were to compare 2025 with 2022, how has the application changed in the last 5 years, let's say?
So I'll start off with like a generic sort of overview of how the banking sector has used blockchain across the board, across the market infrastructure, and sort of get to how we've been using it and sort of get to why I'm on this panel. Like starting with how we look at the space and like application of tokenization, we look at it through like different prisms in terms of, we start with like liquidity optimization. So when you look at securities that our clients have and they want to finance it, what we've created is our applications where they can create tokenized securities and borrow for as short as 30 minutes. So it's almost like I have a liquidity mismatch during my day, and I want to borrow cash when I actually need it, and I want to pay by the minute. I want to pay as I go. So that's something that we've created on blockchain, and that's within the franchise itself. Like as a combination of our markets business, our security services business, our payments business, all coming together and creating this solution for a client that's looking for just-in-case financing when they need it. That's a liquidity optimization solution. When you extend that, you want the cash to reach where the client wants it to, just in time. So it's almost like I have cash sitting in one of my bank accounts across the globe, and I want like a global pool of liquidity to basically look like it's conjoined instead of like fractured. What we've created is like a stream within our business called Connexus Digital Payments. Essentially what you do there is dynamic funding of your bank accounts. It's within our closed loop ledger. It still matters because like clients can move money where they need it, when they need it, just in time, instead of pre-funding their accounts. That's the first prism, the way we look at it. The second prism we look at it is in collateral optimization. So if you think about what sits on my balance sheet, it's a bunch of assets that are within custody chains. They could be locked for all practical purposes. I can't post it to you. I can't post it as margin because it's sitting in some custody chain out there. What I can do now with applications that we've created is you can lock that asset, you can represent that as something that's more mobile, and then you can post it. So the same asset, which you were not able to post earlier, has more velocity, has more mobility, and has a lot of programmability in terms of what you can do with that asset. The third sort of prism we look at it is in terms of operational streamlining on issuances. So we started with a bond issuance. And when you start to look at that prism, it's almost like how is an asset issued, transacted, settled? Where do you see efficiencies in terms of cost savings, the way you issue it, coupon payments when it comes to bonds in terms of how it can be automated, et cetera. That sort of brings in the principle of like you get in a new asset and you almost streamline the way the life cycle of that asset works because it's now in a digital realm. When you combine these three, I come to our fourth prism, the way we look at it, like within the banking sector, it's product innovation. So now you've created this space where you're representing assets as programmable instruments, and it can be plugged into a financing use case or a collateralization use case or something else at some point in time where it almost starts to look like a flywheel, where you're creating new assets which are digital, which are programmable, and you then plug it into like a financing use case or a collateralization use case, which brings me to like my place in this panel at the moment. So a key focus for us is alternative investment funds. And again, if I go back to this framing, we are looking at alternative investment funds as this new class of assets which can fit into this entire story. So it starts with how can you streamline the operations of an alternative investments fund across its life cycle. So you look at capital calls, drawdowns, like there are alternative investment funds that are tokenized on public chains today. But then typically the way you look at them is it's a one-shot structure. It's not solving at, arguable, like pick me after the panel if you want to argue on this, but it's a one-shot capital call, like drawdown structure. So what we want to do is basically streamline sending of capital calls, getting the drawdowns, that entire structure being streamlined from subscription all the way to redemption. And once you do that, you're plugging it into this ecosystem where you can do a bunch of these things, where you're unlocking latent utility of an asset that you don't have today. Like you can't really, Itai mentioned this earlier, you can't really collateralize or finance your private equity holdings today. So that's a direction we're going into. With what we have, like with all of this, we've developed a business within Connexus where we process more than $2 trillion of volume across 4 years. So if we go back to your point of like 2022 to 2025, we've grown multi-X. And that's across like a client base of asset managers, banks, broker-dealers who are trading with us, who are transacting with us on a daily basis, 2 to 3 billion every day, which is not much if you look at like the size of the franchise, but it's not nothing.
Very quick question. Yeah, sorry. I will be very curious to hear both from Nikhil and Kat on this one. So kind of a sideline, but what do you think about yield generation in DeFi? So we are obviously seeing a lot of stable coins, so on, and a lot of what you described JP Morgan does is like very infrastructure based. But what's your kind of approach into accessing yield from kind of actual DeFi products?
You want to go first?
Yeah, with pleasure. So when we're talking about DeFi, right, distributing RWAs into DeFi means that you have to combat that inherent tension between the permissionless nature of DeFi and the permissioned nature of securities trading. So it's a common line of thought that tokenizing securities is an easy process. Well, it is actually not. There is a lot of work going into bringing assets on chain. So Securitize was established back in 2017 with a mission to bring capital markets on chain. Connexus has been around for quite a long time, and it takes a lot of effort to make sure that you create a vertically integrated solution which is going to essentially address all of the parts of the product life cycle, from token issuance, secondary market trading, real-time asset servicing, etc., etc. And ourselves, we are a regulated transfer agent, regulated by the SEC. We have a broker-dealer license, both in the US and in Europe, and alternative trading systems license to offer securities on the secondary market. And we also have an in-house asset manager. Therefore, you need all of that infrastructure to support issuance of tokenized securities in a secure and compliant way. There are lots of different companies which try to tokenize pretty much everything, and that's not the approach that we take. And in a lot of use cases, like in a lot of cases, what they do is they just create a wrapper, which is essentially an SPV, which is traded on a secondary market, but you're not actually trading the security. So at Securitize, we tokenize securities rather than issuing some wrapper assets which are trading on secondary market. That's a very big difference. Therefore, it means that our clients who are, they have been obviously KYC'd, they have their wallets whitelisted, and then they get access to the products that we brought on chain with the world's leading asset managers. So we adhere to these strict international KYC ML standards to bring products on chain. And that gives institutions and the rest of the investors the comfort that they're dealing with a regulated institution. Therefore, when we're talking about bringing these assets into DeFi, well, you need to put a very robust tokenization engine, just like ours, which sits on top of a transfer agent and a full sort of regulatory stack in order to enable this use case to happen.
Nikhil, you want to add something?
Very quickly, and time has stopped here. That's an advantage for us because we can keep going. So very quickly, we tried something in 2022 where we did like a DeFi protocol transaction. Of course, we like the space, big fan of the space in terms of like what can be done. Same transactions in a very automated manner. But then when you bring it into an institutional construct, you need to kind of iron out a bunch of things. Automatic liquidation doesn't really happen in like institutional use cases. 18 decimals on DeFi, 4 decimals in a risk management system. How do you report that back into a general ledger? Like stuff like FX that needs to be supplied, we had to basically plug in an FX. If you leave it to the market and it does what it does, then like, are you going to provide a streaming FX? Are you going to provide an RFQ? Or are you going to provide a static rate? I mean, concepts of DeFi, we definitely see it having value, it having utility in terms of how financial markets work. In terms of actually applying like DeFi concepts to it, I think a big hurdle, a big crease that needs to be ironed out is like the legal ramifications of what it takes. Is that an FMI? Is that a broker-dealer? Is the broker-dealer standing behind it? Like, what's the license behind the whole thing? There are ways and means, but like just saying, big fans, but still some way to go before it can be adopted.
I'm going to add one thing.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, which is underwriting. So, I mean, we're talking about alternative assets. So let's just think about this private credit fund, right? Ceres, the investor, okay? I'm the lender, or I'm a DeFi pool. She has no right to give me the information that's contained inside of that asset. The alternative assets are not public securities. The information is confidential to her. So there's no chance she can put that asset into like anything with real underwriting, because you won't have enough information to make the decision on whether or not it's creditworthy. Right? How much, what's the loan to value? What's the interest rate? So just the information asymmetry alone in alternative assets means these two worlds will remain separate for a long time.
I think I just explained how we just cracked it.
No, you didn't, because a security is not an alternative asset. Not all securities are alternative assets, right? So a private credit fund that I'm invested in, right, if I tokenize it, right, now I have to, the GP has to disclose everything that's in it, right? It's still an alternative asset, but the vast majority of alternative assets are, you know, opaque by design.
Well, we're also a fund administrator, and the whole idea is that we have full transparency about the price of the security that we have tokenized. So it's all about actually having this vertically integrated solution. And I know it's quite difficult to bring assets on chain, but I think we have done this quite successfully.
Yeah, but we're talking about DeFi, not just bringing it on chain.
I guess there are endless opportunities within this space that we can discuss. But before we leave, we just have like a few minutes left. Give me some key areas of growth going forward when we talk about the uses of blockchain technology in investment management, starting with you, Nikhil.
Sure. So, I mean, I'll go layer cake, right? So I'll go investor at the top and like funds at the bottom. So I think the first area of growth is access points. And we've been talking about, you've said like democratizing access. I think access to me means like there's a clear difference between like ability and willingness. Access does not mean liquidity just comes in. Access means access points. Like how are you reducing minimums? How are you enabling investors that are coming from different directions, having different forms of cash to settle with your fund? Enabling access to, like enabling them to buy your fund in a manner that's like streamlined. Then we go into the next layer, which is like operational streamlining of issuer-led and distributor-led models. So what you have seen is like issuer-led models which are going into public chains or wherever they might be, and saying we have put a tokenized fund out there. Are they getting traction? Sometimes they might, sometimes they might not. So why might they not be getting traction? I mean, there are like different theories around it, but then you need to kind of like align it with a distributor, aligning it with a service provider to kind of have a clean record that goes along the supply chain, not just like one sort of prism. The third one is almost like getting into, and I'm missing my thought here, but in terms of actually settling and creating like product innovation, which is going back to what we spoke about. What can you do with your asset today, which you can't do? What can you do with your asset after it's tokenized, which you can't do today? So collateralizing it, financing it, and stuff like creating hyper-personalization of portfolios, secondary markets, which is not possible today. Those are the three sort of areas of growth, but in like incremental fashion.
Okay.
Yeah. Actually, this is the second time on a panel with Kinexys team. And I am a huge fan of everything that you've done. And I understand that you've done a lot of work in terms of improving the settlement cycle. And it seems that we are slowly moving towards 24/7 trading. If we look at the public markets at the moment, they're trading, what, 9 to 5, something like that? But then you have the digital assets, which are trading 24/7. So isn't it kind of funny that you have Coinbase, which is an exchange which offers digital assets trading, where the markets never stop, but then Coinbase's own stock trades during market hours only. I think like the use case that we're going to unlock is not just the benefits of clearing and settlement and just making things faster and simpler when it comes to all of the backends of all of the trading, but it's also moving towards 24/7 markets. You've seen that you can now trade the Bitcoin ETFs during market hours, but you can trade Bitcoin on exchanges like Coinbase 24/7. And I think the next step is when we're going to have tokenized stocks. So if you are, for example, trying to trade, say, MicroStrategy as a proxy to your Bitcoin exposure, you can trade Bitcoin 24/7, but you can only trade MicroStrategy during market hours. But if we were to bring MicroStrategy's stock on chain, then we would unlock a fantastic use case where you can do the basis trade or arbitrage or do whatever 24/7.
Itai? So Nikhil, you covered part of my answer. So I mean, we focus on investors. What do high net worth investors want? They want access to more products. They want better products. So we talk about access. So digitization can definitely democratize access because the shoe leather cost of finding an asset is much reduced. But we need better products on chain. So we don't need the private equity fund plus 2 extra % because no high net worth investor is going to pay more for a digital product than they can get that same product directly. So what I am excited about is there's so many projects doing things that aren't really scaled in the non-digital world. Things like, rights to digital revenues. Everybody wants Taylor Swift's song catalog, access to those kinds of things. So these kinds of products that are better, they're in cheaper formats, available on chain, I think you're going to see in the next 2 or 3 years.
Sorry?
Cool. From my perspective, and where I guess like a lot of work on our side is going into, is really utility for all kinds of on-chain assets. So that would be what was already briefly mentioned, things to do with lending, transferability across chains, and that kind of links to my other kind of key growth area, which is combination of stable coins plus your ability as a user to select where you want yield for your products. So that's kind of the mix between stable coins and DeFi. And I potentially kind of disagree with some of the earlier comments to do with it, because I also don't really see value in necessarily, equities on chain, because you can actually get them off chain as well, right? So it becomes in that the unique mix of, let's say, stable coins plus whatever you want as a consumer. And finally, that links to the third kind of growth area that I'm very interested in, is kind of proceeding also to more complex assets. So thinking about also things like derivatives on chain.
Do you disagree with my comments on DeFi? If so, we should talk.
On that note, thanks for the insightful discussion, and thanks everyone for staying with us. Thank you.
Happy to be here. Like mentioned, I'm Ryan Barney. I'm a partner at Pantera Capital. We are a crypto and blockchain native venture capital fund. We have about $5 billion under management. We're in our 4th venture capital fund, and we've been doing it since 2013. So it's great to see a room full of interested people doing something we've been doing for a long time. And today we're gonna, I think, have a pretty spicy discussion, especially based on the last panel. Probably a lot of countering sides to what was just shared last time. So really looking forward to it, and happy to have everyone go through and introduce themselves.
Hi, everybody. I'm Anna. I'm Chief Business Officer of Denari. We are bringing U.S. public markets on-chain, tokenizing for the rest of the world, basically. We have end users in over 70 countries today. We're growing very quickly, and we're very keen on tokenizing public assets.
Hey, everyone. My name is Wyatt Lonergan. I'm the general partner at VanEck Ventures. Many of you might know VanEck. We're a traditional asset management firm, about $120 billion under management, mainly in ETFs and mutual funds. We started our crypto practice actually dating back to 2017. We're one of the first firms to file for both the Bitcoin and ETH spot ETFs. We've built out a research team. We have a liquid fund, and then we have this early stage venture fund. So kind of cover the full spectrum of an entrepreneur's journey in the digital asset space, from early stage to growth capital to eventually becoming an exchange traded fund.
And hi, I'm Meredith Hannon. I'm head of business development for Wisdom Tree's digital assets business, which, similar to VanEck, has also been in crypto and also digital assets for many, many years now. Also have a similar suite of crypto ETPs here in Europe, as well as ETFs in the US. And we're also very focused on the tokenization of real-world assets. So we spent some time working with Denari too. So this is both across treasuries and equities, but again in public markets, and building out funds that are available to retail and institutional investors through 2 tokenization platforms, both a US retail one as well as a B2B and B2B2C platform. So thanks for having me.
That's great. Thanks, guys. Anna, I think I'll start with you. We talked a lot about kind of distribution and things like that. What is it that's going to unlock more distribution for your customers? Is it an infrastructure problem? Is it educational? Or is it pure distribution?
Well, we've built the infrastructure. I think one of the things we've done a very good job at, not to turn this into a Denari advertisement, but it will be, is building something that's highly scalable. So, kind of this end-to-end tokenization at scale I think, has been challenging for some. We've built something that is scalable and generalizable beyond public securities, which is what we're focused on right now. In terms of what will help unlock future distribution, I think regulatory clarity has been a very big piece of that. So when you don't really know what the rules are, it's kind of hard to know what to do. And I think as we've seen regulatory clarity unlock around the world, and soon hopefully in the US, we will see more adoption of tokenized assets. Once institutions, whether it's brokerages, neobanks, fintech applications, or even, in Web3, once people know how to interact with these things and what kind of frameworks they need around them in order to play by the rules, that can unlock a whole lot more distribution.
That's great. And I guess, Meredith, similar thing, you're talking about more institutional distribution, right, with the traditional Wisdom Tree book. How have you seen institutions kind of interact with the new paradigm that you're offering?
So I think it's twofold. I think it's both on the crypto ETP side, so very much taking an asset class and providing access to that through a traditional wrapper like an ETP. But then I'd also say it's been interesting on the real-world asset side of tokenization is the ability for institutions, and I'll give an example of a CFO of a small accounting firm that's actually one of our clients, found that this technology is really a great opportunity to do account-to-account transfers. It was taking him 48 to 72 hours to move assets between different accounts at different banking institutions. Like we all know, really takes time, whether you're doing wires or ACH, and instead is now using our institutional platform and our tokenized money market fund to do that instantaneously, 24/7, 365. So I do think that there's, beyond just putting assets on chain, which was the panel prior, it does need to be a new utility. There needs to be a new use case. It needs to be better, faster, more transparent transparent, more liquid, and I know we're still working towards that, but I do think that new functionality is really critical to adoption, and in this space particularly, we spend a lot of time on explaining those use cases very simply of, this is going to save you 48 hours in time. This is going to earn you, and in that 48 hours, you're going to get 2 more days of yield that you wouldn't get before. So I think it's those types of use cases that are really critical to more mass adoption, and that also goes downstream to retail too, where you can buy equities today on, if you're a US consumer, on most brokerage apps. So why are you going to do it on chain? Because there's a new utility. You can spend off of them instantaneously. You can swap Bitcoin for a WisdomTree 500 type of product. You can trade it 24/7, 365. You can use it as collateral in a way that you can't before. So I do think that focus on new innovation is really important to broad-based adoption.
Yeah, that's wonderful. I mean, Wyatt, I'm curious from an investor perspective, where are you spending time, especially hearing the feedback from kind of like the market participants live?
I'm spending a lot of time kind of building off the initial stablecoin thesis. So now we have 260 billion of stablecoins in circulation, roughly 30 million monthly active wallets. So it's clear that the majority of those people want to use stablecoins to purchase things on chain. Traditionally, that's been your typical assets like Bitcoin, ETH, Sol. But increasingly, that has led to stablecoins actually becoming a payment rail. And really what we've done is we've exported US dollar savings to anyone with a smartphone around the world, especially in places where it's hard to get bank account access. I think those people next are going to want to trade equities, which is why we're an investor in Denari. I don't think they're necessarily going to specify which chain they're going to be on. I think a lot of that stuff is going to be abstracted. And so it's really about going through traditional, or actually more crypto-native distribution channels. So wallets, exchanges, new fintech apps, and we're seeing Robinhood kind of do the inverse of this. Like they're starting in the traditional world and kind of moving into crypto products. I think the same is going to be true for the crypto world. And so really exciting yield products in DeFi, as well as really exciting platforms like Denari that just enable anyone to get access. So it's kind of like we started exporting US dollar savings, now we're exporting the US financial system to the same people.
Yeah, great points. We spend a lot of time on similar things at Pantera, so glad to hear that. Maybe the next question is going to be about challenges this space still hits. I want to set aside regulation. I think there's stuff happening in real time, like today, last week, et cetera. So assuming regulation is a little more greenlit and we have more clarity, like you spoke about, what are the big challenges for institutional adoption or retail adoption that still we have to face?
I think there's a missing piece, like, I think 2 points. One, it depends on the asset. So on a lot of alternative assets were brought up repeatedly in the last panel. I think there's an awesome number of alternative assets we should tokenize. However, we need to solve for the liquidity piece. DeFi could play a huge role in enabling that. So I think that's one part. I think regulation is the biggest blocker at this point. I don't think a lot of this is a technical challenge, but I think it's education as well, and just like, for example, I was at Circle when BUIDL came out, and I think like largely the crypto market and most TradFi participants like missed the point of BUIDL, which is that you can redeem USDC 24/7, 365 for a money market fund, which is just like, again, not possible. And so how do we like actually explain the benefits to these customers? And then how do we use the software to actually create distribution? Because right now there isn't distribution. And most of these things are just like digital copies. So we have like $20 billion of digital copies sitting on chain, just like sitting idle. And they're largely made for qualified purchasers. So again, like how big is that TAM? Well, it's like kind of TradFi, but we already know that there's retail demand. Like we already have all, again, 30 million active wallets and like a ton of activity. So how do we build pipes to those people? And then how do we educate the kind of institutional crowd so they're aware of this?
I would add too, I completely agree, and that's why we built, it's US only though, so would love to hear the ex-US side of this too, an app that we have, WisdomTree Prime, that really abstracts away all the difficulties of setting up a wallet, managing your seed phrases, anything from a security perspective that I do think for retail users is a barrier to entry, right? If you think about anyone who's not in financial services or frankly in crypto, that is a huge barrier to say, I need to set up a wallet that's completely different from everything else that I have. So I do think having really easy to use interfaces is important. But I also agree with you too in terms of what is available and the access there. And I'll go back to my point that I made before. It needs to be better or different in some way. So it needs to be the 24/7, 365 that you brought up. In our product, in our app, you can buy gold 24/7, 365. So especially for gold enthusiasts, this is a huge pro for them. Same thing when you talk about using assets, Visa, using it for a Visa card. So you can load your money market fund onto your Visa card, and then you're able to spend it everywhere. So then you're again earning that yield on a daily basis that might be sitting earning nothing in a checking or a savings account. So it's those types of features that I think are important. But on the flip side, for institutional users, they don't want to necessarily have to go back to the traditional finance ways of coming directly to us, going directly to you, going directly to a bank. They want to be able to use their assets within the wallet infrastructure that they have, especially for those on chain. If they're already set up with a custodian, they don't want to have a second platform or a second login. So for us, that's been a huge question is the challenges around KYC and how you do that on chain beyond a whitelist. So what we've done is, and again, there's a lot of different options for this, but it is having our clients on board with us. We do KYC, but then we send them an ERC 721 that pretty much notes that their accounts are wisdom tree accounts essentially and their wallets. And then they're able to buy any of the assets that we have. So similar to a marketplace, not just one. You're not onboarding just for one asset. You can now have access to 13 different products and then able to also peer-to-peer transfer those. So we see this as a vision of KYC being able to build over time, and I do think that's a big crux and barrier to entry right now is this KYC notion that you still have to go to every single platform to onboard versus there should be a way that we can do this as a community that's still within compliance.
Someone should build like an interop protocol for KYC, because that's the other problem, right? It's like you issue, but then the next platform won't be able to verify that credential.
Well, and so that's what ours is upgradable. That the goal is that it is a network of networks, because you're absolutely right. Then it's okay. So you can come and onboard directly to us, but then if
you could take it to another exchange.
Exactly. Yes, but I agree with you. I think that would be really huge, and I don't like the word consortium because I think it has a bad connotation.
You do kind of need it though. You need some sort of like
a network.
Yeah, you need a network.
Yes, a network.
The identity and auth layer has not really been solved in a portable way.
Mm-hmm.
Just like we're still trying to solve portability of assets across different chains.
Absolutely.
I think that is a major inhibitor or major challenge that needs, it's this cooperation for things like KYC, having a network of kind of, we all agree that this is the right way to do it. I think we have the same potential issue with liquidity. So you mentioned liquidity across different chains. I think there is this instinct for people trying to build this type of stuff to want to suck all the liquidity onto their own platform or their own network. But markets function best when they are a public good. The reason why NYSE is a great exchange is not because it's owned by JP Morgan. It's something that we can all go to. It's a gigantic pool of liquidity that we can all benefit from. And if we try to create these liquidity silos on chain, by different providers or however it's structured, I think we're going to run into scalability problems because that's not a efficient market. An efficient market has all of us going to the same, to the same pool.
I think that's a great point actually, because it just shows how early we are, that like every net new company that comes into the space is like, how do I completely verticalize it? And like then you just start to create the same walled gardens that we already have in the world. And so we definitely need to move away from that. But the problem is coordination. So it's like coordination around KYC, coordination around liquidity. And of course, like everyone wants their share of the pie. So it's a hard thing to navigate.
You have to kind of be willing to accept that if, cooperating can make the pie so much bigger and then we can all win, but that's like a very different mindset. I think it's tough, right? Because everybody has to kind of agree.
I think you might see though that like a lot of the TradFi participants are not necessarily willing to like pick one asset, one chain, for example. And so it might kind of more naturally form over time because they're not going to say like, we choose you, you're the winner. They're going to need to go more towards neutral networks.
One thing that you guys all mentioned is kind of differing strategies for distribution and accessing retail today. Like you mentioned, you have kind of like an app that's retail facing. I know Denari has both this and white label to like give it to others. Where do like big fintechs and scale-ups kind of serve or not serve a greater purpose right now? Like, the new banks, the Revoluts, the Robinhoods of the world, like giving access to these products versus net new fintechs with front ends that are, pure blockchain from the beginning.
I mean, I can speak for our, so we primarily distribute D shares through distribution partners around the world. It is almost shocking what a kind of wonderful range of partners we have. So it is, traditional fintechs who are looking to offer a better product. Like Meredith, you alluded to, it's better, it's faster, it's cheaper. We have, new companies that are trying to create kind of new applications for managing payments, and then also saving, and then also investment, trying to create new verticals that are very specific to a particular customer base. But you see the same thing in Web3. You see wallets that want to offer tokenized stocks because their customers want those things. And any fintech provider is, I think, smart enough to know that you want to keep your customers in your app, right? Especially if they're already happy with it. I don't want to have 15 different apps that I have to go through, to manage individual things. I want one that can do everything. Like, that's the best. And I think a lot of applications realize that, whether they're traditional or come out of Web3.
I would add, I agree. And I think for us too, we have this US-based app, Wisdom Tree Prime, but then we also built a B2B2C offering with that in mind, is that clients want to be where they are, and we want to be able to meet them where they are. So really importantly, this was a big launch that we had earlier this year, was to enable all of these tokenized assets through this KYC feature that I just talked about, to be able to be used via API and to be showcased in other apps. Because I also think that that's a key to distribution, is to not create these walled gardens and these silos. We think we have a really good experience in the US, but when you talk about the new banks, the Revoluts, those that are outside of our US market, it would be really, really hard for us to be regulated in 70 different countries. And especially as a US publicly traded company, so why not work with distribution partners to really expand our reach? And again, really critically, clients have existing infrastructure that they're happy in, and it's important for us to meet them where they are within those apps or within that infrastructure.
Yeah, I would say I think there's clear demand from those customer bases to get things like equities on chain. And I think those are probably going to be the headline grabbers over the next 6 to 12 months, is you're going to see most of these applications begin to integrate tokenized stocks. But I do think that there's room in the market for something that is net new and crypto native. And so there's a lot of interesting stuff around DeFi that's happening right now that we backed a company called Superform that enables you to just kind of deposit USDC into a non-custodial protocol that then seeks the best yield across markets like Morpho, Aave, Euler. You can do the same thing on ETH and BTC, right? So enabling you to earn yield on your core assets is a really interesting kind of new savings product that I think marries really well with the existing crypto suite, except you're earning, and so on these dollar-based products, sometimes you can earn anywhere from 8 to 20%. Again, for that stablecoin holder who's hedging against local inflation, and now you have this just simple one-click UX to earn yield, that's a killer product. So I think we could see many applications emerge and start to challenge incumbents just because they're really focusing on those crypto products.
It's amazing. Maybe switching gears a little bit, one thing that's been clear last 12 to 18 months, everything we're talking about, stablecoins, RWAs, tokenized assets, have kind of become consensus, right? At least compared to where it's been. What kind of things are you guys making maybe non-consensus decisions on right now that you think are going to affect, your business in 2 to 3 years' time?
Wyatt definitely stole mine, because we're also doing a lot with DeFi integrations, and especially with liquidity pools and lending pools. And again, this is around the utility of our assets in a new and different way, and also understanding what crypto native populations, but also a lot of that lends to retail investors, is that they're tired of in their checking and savings account earning next to nothing. Now there's a new opportunity to earn 4, 8, 20%, depending on your risk profile. Why wouldn't you do that? And I think more and more we're seeing that and really pushing the bounds of what savings should, quote, be, and what it could be, especially when you interact with these different protocols.
Yeah, I would say so. I was at Circle before I came to VanEck. I was there from 2018 until 2024. And so I got to watch USDC grow up and watch the stablecoin ecosystem emerge. And it led to this thesis we have that there should be kind of a separate settlement and clearing protocol that enables kind of ubiquity or parity between a stablecoin and a bank deposit. And so I think ultimately in this world where we're seeing everyone kind of attack things vertically, the same market structure will form. And that's why we invested in Denari. So sorry, shameless plug. But I think you need kind of a net neutral settlement system. And so you'll have all these exchanges and that's fine. And they can pick different blockchains they want to work on. But eventually for everything to be interoperable, you need that. And so I'm not sure that that's consensus today. I also think there's just a lot of hype around tokenization of stablecoins and the market. I've seen some emerging theses around like where value is going to accrue, but I think that's what you have to keep an eye on. Is like the models of yesteryear are not necessarily going to be the business models you want to have as the entire world moves into this space, right? Is like Meta launches a stablecoin, is who else? And so I think the same thing's going to happen in the security space. You're going to see a lot of investment, a lot of hype. But you have to really think like where's value going to ultimately accrue.
Very much share the thesis. I would say, it's so Denari's been building since end of 2021, and we go through these cycles of what is consensus or not, and I think there's a lot of discussion about RWAs now and tokenized assets and tokenized securities, and 6 months ago or a year ago, that wasn't necessarily the case. It seems so obvious now, but I think for our team, building through a period where everyone was kind of like, yeah, nobody cares about that. You gotta pick that line of where is this market going to go, and just go towards that, because so many things happen in the interim, and so many fads come and go. I mean, that's just the space, but it is, if we really are serious about bringing markets on chain, we do need to think about that long term of, what does liquidity look like? Like, do siloed vertical, liquidity little silos, does that work? And the answer is generally, historically, no. So what will work, and build towards something that will actually function as a market in the long run?
That's great. Maybe, Wyatt, this question is probably not for you. It's okay. But for the two ladies on the stage, what are like the most amazing things you've learned from your customers that have kind of informed the product roadmap that might have been surprising to you?
So I was one of those people like a year ago, maybe 2 years ago, who would argue that the first things to be tokenized would be these more exotic assets, strange private equity structures, highly illiquid assets, because tokenization begets liquidity. I think from the learned experience of Denari, and that's to the great credit of the founders of our company, people want what they understand, right? They don't, if you're a customer in Argentina who is, just a retail customer, you don't want a complicated private equity structure. But if you're a very high net worth investor in that country, you can access it already.
Right. You just want Apple.
Yeah, for most normal people, they want Apple, they want ETFs, they want to, they just want to invest in what they want to invest in. And I think an important lesson from I think just the whole history of the last few years, stable coins come first. Why? There's a lot of demand for the US dollar. Treasuries came next. Why? There's a lot of global demand for treasuries. People understand these products and there's a built-in level of demand for them. If you enable that demand, you make it easier to access the thing that they want, it grows. And it's the same for US capital markets. Wyatt, you mentioned this earlier. There's demand for what we've built here, for the public markets here. So I think it's very easy to get kind of pie in the sky and theoretical about what should be tokenized, but definitely listen to actual human beings and what there's demand for already, serve that need, and I think that's the winning strategy.
I completely agree. I think we're very focused on solving very specific problems that our clients have and that we've heard from. So whether it's not having enough yield in a checking or savings account, what do I do with a brokerage account? How do I actually enable those assets to be used in my everyday spending life? Can I have a simpler app interface? Can we make this easier to understand from an educational perspective? All of those key features have led us to what we've built out today. And then I would add to what we heard a lot is we have these broad-based strategies, building blocks, to your point, around a money market fund, equities, a fixed income suite, and we kept hearing more and more, especially from the DeFi community, it's we want high yield products. Well, we have a lot of high yield products. Why wouldn't we enable them to also be tokenized too? So we've actually learned a lot as well from our own customer base with them asking us for specific products that then we're able to build and launch and really meet that need. And I think that feedback loop has been really important in terms of not just pushing out product to push out product, but saying, this is great that you have this, and what about the next one? And us taking that back to the team and building it.
That's great. Maybe to close, I'm just going to do a few rapid fires. The answers can either be bullish or bearish. We're going to start with non-US dollar denominated stablecoins.
Bullish.
Interesting. Bearish for the time being, because I still think that we need to, I was talking about this before, I think we need a system that creates like parity between banks and stablecoins. And so until that arrives, and maybe that's in the back of a market structure bill, I'm kind of bearish.
I agree.
But Forex.
But I just think that Forex outside of the system, just purely on crypto rails, actually creates a lot of friction and additional cost. And so it's the same thing with stablecoins. Simon Taylor's here wrote a great piece about this. Like, they're not cheaper, they're better. Like, they're still not cheaper. Yes. You can't eliminate interchange. And so that, I just think like the more that these are separate rails, it makes it a lot harder until we're all on that new rail. And we're still kind of, you know, I hate to use like baseball analogies, but I think we're in like the first inning of moving to that rail. It's very clear, right? It's like 1%. If we compare stablecoin volumes to like DTC volumes, which I think is more accurate, you have like 27 trillion, you know, they're like 1% of DTC volumes.
Yeah.
Right.
And so same thing with stablecoins. Again, I just think you can't do all of this without the banks. So it's going to take a little time.
I would be bearish for the record.
But there will be demand for them, right? So like I do think.
In specific markets.
In specific markets.
All right, next one. New stablecoin issuers, not named Circle or Tether.
I would be actually bullish, and because I think we're going to have a lot of issuers, and I think we're going to have a lot of companies that adopt and scale the white label model. Very similar to how, you know, Apple offers all these products, like these banking products. Like, they don't necessarily want to run the full compliance suite of that. They just want to own the customer.
I agree. Also bullish, and I think to your point around banking partners as well, it's an easier entree for them. But then also there are some really interesting stablecoin issuers that are solving, again, very specific problems for very specific use cases in a way that it can be better. Maybe not cheaper, but actually the functionality can be better.
Yeah, would actually agree. We have a stablecoin called USD Plus. It was kind of never really intended to be a major product. It was just part of a suite of services we wanted to offer people, and the demand for it has been almost surprising. Yeah. It's been really interesting.
It's amazing. Well, with that, we will close the panel. Really appreciate everyone's perspectives today and had a lot of fun. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
can monetize directly in-app.
But it's honest work.
Come on. Come up here. Come join the conversation. Maybe we should come down there.
Oh, yeah, I like that.
Cool. Well, hi, guys. For those of you who don't know me, I am Morgan Krupetsky. I run institutions and capital markets business development at Ava Labs. And also for those who might not be familiar, we've been focused on tokenization and RWAs for quite some time, even back in the day when it used to be called STOs, for those who might remember. And so by extension, we've been kind of really, even now, focused on real-world assets and how kind of accumulation of this technology, tokenization, blockchain, smart contracts can really help to upgrade legacy financial services infrastructure and processes and ultimately create new markets and capabilities. And so for those, how many of you guys have been to like crypto conferences before? Raise your hands. And how many of you guys have been to any panels related to tokenization before? Oh, a lot of you. So if you guys probably appreciate that most of those panels are very conceptual. They talk about process efficiencies and cost savings at a very high level. So we wanted to really use this opportunity to get a bit deeper and talk about exactly how and why we, as well as our partners, are applying blockchain to the financial services industry, really kind of understand the problems that we're trying to solve and concrete real-world examples of what you guys are all working on Avalanche. So to that end, we have 3 of our key partners here today to talk about all of this as it specifically applies to the private credit industry. We have Lily from Valinor to give us the view from the investor or kind of credit supply side of things, and Kaibar and Juan to talk about the credit demand and infrastructure side of things. So we'll definitely hear from kind of both sides of the market. But before we get started, let's just level set a bit. Lily, can you just take a step back and just define, obviously the panel title includes the words private credit, like what is that? Give us a bit of the lay of the land. Obviously the term is pretty broad-based. It includes a lot of things. So from your perspective, just give us a mental model. Like when we say private credit, like what does that mean? How do you think about the space?
Totally. So hi, everyone. Nice to see you all. I'm Lily. I co-founded a private credit and special sits investment firm fully focused on the blockchain and crypto space. And exactly as Morgan said, I think people define private credit in various ways. It's a term that's used broadly. But to me, I would define it as direct to borrower, non-bank lending. So you're not syndicating out to the public loan and bond markets, and it's not a bank that's doing the lending. And that can be either corporate lending, so like loans to commercial businesses, or it can be asset-backed lending, credit card receivables, factoring, things that are backed by hard or financial assets.
It's a very succinct definition.
Thank you. I tried my best.
That's great. So there's also like private lending as it relates to corporates, right? And then also asset-backed finance. And so we'll kind of hone in and dig deeper on actually for all of us a particular part of that and kind of why blockchain kind of helps to drive that forward. But obviously there's a kind of credit supply and credit demand side of the market. And you guys are all really at the forefront of building and kind of leveraging blockchain-enabled infrastructure to help drive things forward. So before we kind of get into exactly what we're doing, maybe Juan, if you want to kick us off in talking about in this private credit industry, what's exactly broken or inefficient today? So before we actually go into like the fixed part of things, for the benefit of, I came from TradFi, but I wasn't in private credit. So I learned a lot kind of as we progressed and worked together. So even people who are not in the institutional side of the industry, I'm sure they would like to hear as well. What are the biggest pain points that the industry has today, both on the supply and demand side of things?
Yeah, so I think what is broken, what we see broken in private credit and specifically in asset-backed finance is that the structures that are created for financing portfolios of assets, of cash flows, invoices, all the way up to mortgages, is that there's very intensive in operations, and those operations are usually carried by a very fragmented industry called the trust and agency service providers. These service providers usually use spreadsheets, PDF, emails, so very manual processes, which put together with all the complexity of those structures, made it bring the big pain point, right? That in my opinion are mostly 3, as I would describe them. Those are the operational inefficiencies. So all these manual processes are very costly. It required to have like a back office, managing those spreadsheets, communicating back and forth between investors, between the asset originators, and the third parties that are usually around. The fact that the information and those processes are slow makes capital move slow, which is the important part here. I think we can dive deeper later, but capital moving slow usually means wasted interest payments, capital sitting idle in different bank accounts, in different players, and higher financial cost. And the third point, I think, that affect lenders and investors is that there's poor risk management, right? Like the fact that the information is not flowing properly, the reports are monthly or quarterly in some of the cases, means that the covenant tracking and similar processes for monitoring the portfolio or the investment are processes that you see only after the fact happen, after things have gone wrong. So I would say those are the three big pain points in the industry.
So a lot of third-party service providers, all of which I'm sure take fees, and a lot of therefore manual processes like reconciling via Excel spreadsheets and PDFs. And Lily, I remember you came from BlackRock and you said you guys had, Blackstone, same, Blackstone, floors and floors of middle and back office people to manage all these things from your side.
We did, and one thing that I'll add is it's even more pronounced in asset-backed credit and asset-backed finance. And I think we're going to get into it in this panel, but that area is particularly ripe for application of blockchain because it is both an underlying asset base that can fit well into a programmatic buy box and servicing box, and then it's also exceptionally manually intensive because those third-party intermediaries and manual processes that Juan was referring to, those are all done on very small ticket items. So you're not going through a PDF of like one corporate borrower. You're going through a PDF or a spreadsheet of hundreds of thousands of individual credit card receivable line items. So it just takes all of the manual complexity up a notch. Like it's even some very large credit and asset managers won't participate in asset-backed finance because they just don't find that the operational burden is worth it.
Right. And to that end, maybe Kaibar, if you want to kick us off in terms of, given all of these kind of manual processes, which therefore lead to inefficiencies, from your perspective, what does innovation in the private credit industry look like? What components of it, what components of this technology, whether it's blockchain, smart contracts, stable coins, where do you feel like kind of the innovation really comes? And I'd be curious to kind of hear the opportunity set from you, and obviously Lil and Juan jump in as well.
So I think it's if you look at private credits, right? Besides the operational optimizations that you can do, the core of private credit is risk, right? How do you define risk and how do you engage with risk? And at that level, there is a little bit of a perfect storm in technology that is coming through. With stablecoin payments, you're able to go in and programmatically manage when you release funds, where funds are used, right? Using the transparency of blockchain, you can have a better oversight in how funds are used. You have an independent insight into this, right? And with AI, you can use all of this data to operationalize these insights, right? That allows you to fundamentally redefine risk, right? So I am very bullish on this industry, and I think the innovation really lies in this trifecta of automated blockchain, sub-second speeds, very cheap transactions, and you're bringing in programmatic payment flows. So asset managers that can come in here, besides doing all of the, the regulatory stuff, the operational stuff, it will allow them to rethink how risk is defined, right? And I think that piece can redefine the whole industry, right? Because you have a level of control, you have a level of insight, you have a level of operational information that, Web2 guys, they can dream about it, right? But not in a million years will they be able to do this, right? So I think for us, when we look at these pieces, it's going a little bit deeper under the hood, it's defining risk, it's understanding where money goes, understanding what money being used for, right? Because at the end of the day, you are giving some money to do a purchase, to do a form of payment. And as those payments come on chain with stablecoins, all of these other pieces trickle in. And as AIs become smarter, the information around those payments become more intelligent. So I think as people with different skill sets come together, right? Because one of the challenges is for this to happen is you need someone who understands AI, you need someone who understands stablecoin payments, you need someone who understands credit and risks. But as these people do come together and they start putting these products together, I think it will change this industry on that core risk level. And then the operations and stuff will all come on top, but I think it will open up a whole new segment of assets on chain.
Yeah, I would say, I would add to that exactly having that stable coins for instant and programmable settlement across the globe, basically, so universal financial rails, put together with smart contracts that are those pieces of software where you can put all the rules of the game, right? With, to the point that Lily was making at the beginning, all these very clear and comprehensive set of rules of the game, actually, that are predominant in asset-backed finance, where you say what can happen or when can you do or request a drawdown and for it to be approved, what needs to happen when the money, when the capital, when the collections come back and you receive all the payments for financing a pool of mortgages, for example, are what makes asset-backed finance the perfect asset class for being disrupted by this technology, by smart contracts and stablecoin, which in my opinion is mainly what brings the blockchain in general.
To add on to that, I think, when we talk about the operational changes that this technology can unlock, we're not talking about, basis point savings. We're talking about, a fintech originator no longer has to take 10% of their balance sheet capital in order to bridge the funding gap and use that equity capital to grow. We're talking about firms like mine are able to participate in asset-backed finance, which we would not be able to do on traditional rails, just full stop. We couldn't afford to do it. It wouldn't be economical with all the back office lift. And so I think you'll see the market expand because it'll be easier for borrowers to grow. It'll be cheaper for them to, engage in their operations, not because the risk is being underpriced, but because it's actually being delivered with a better product. And then you'll see more lenders and, whether that's firms opening it up to retail participation, DeFi, there's a whole lot of other cool things that'll happen down the road. But broadly, I think it'll be easier for borrowers to grow and easier for lenders to participate. The market should grow.
Plus, that making that efficient makes it possible for new asset classes, new receivables that were traditionally not suitable because it was too inefficient to be financed or too small to be financed, to have access to these debt capital markets, which basically had been, until today, non-feasible.
I almost imagine the blockchain is a big Excel spreadsheet where all the different kind of parties can leverage the same standardized data set. And then smart contracts are almost just if-then statements, right? And allow you to programmatically check loan requests against the facility and then programmatically use stable coins in a way that increases the velocity of money, which I know that we'll talk about. So I think to your guys' point, it's a accumulation of all of these things, which makes it, to your point, Lily, economically feasible for investors like you guys to get involved in the space.
Yes.
So it'll be cool to see kind of, how that opportunity set expands. And maybe to that point, Kaibar, if you want to kick us off, tell us about Axiom and actually how you guys are concretely using the tech in your day-to-day business, and the types of kind of companies that you guys serve. Let's start off with you and we'll go down the line.
Yeah, sure. First, comparing Avalanche to an Excel spreadsheet.
A much better, an automated AI-powered super sheet.
With if and then statement.
It's the world spreadsheet. Is that good? Avalanche, the world spreadsheet. We'll keep noodling it.
We're in the lab.
Yeah. So at Axiom, we finance global payments, right? And a lot of the things that I preached a bit earlier, we use this technology to really first automate flow funds. We go in and we basically, we don't solve the problem of people not having money in terms of payments for global payments. We solve the problem of money not being in the right place at the right time, right? It's a distribution, it's logistics, and we use blockchain to automate that flow. We make sure money arrives where it needs to arrive. We have built our own AI agents that go in and every transaction does anomaly detection to make sure that this payment happens where we expect it to happen. This credit is extended in the right time, in the right place, in the right way, right? So it allows us to build an understanding of our customers.
Who are your customers?
Payment companies, so money service businesses, payment service providers, financial institutions, people who move money, right, across borders. They are stuck with FX, and I can talk about that for hours, but people who move money are always stuck with money being in the wrong place at the wrong time, right? So by bringing blockchain and stablecoins and AI together, we can understand them better, we can understand their payment habits better, we can build dynamic risk models where even if I've cleared you for a credit line, but there's a certain drawdown that does not fit a certain behavior, we can stop that, so we can manage risk in a way that traditional providers cannot, right? And we can be in the right place at the right time.
Juan, why don't you kind of expand on that as it relates to what you guys are doing? I know we're partnering with you and Valinor on something in particular, which you can talk about, but I think there's a similarity in that. I think both use cases very much focus on increasing the velocity of money for the end customer. So why don't you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah. At Fence, we are building what we call the Internet Native Debt Capital Markets, which is or has a lot of the features and capabilities that Kiva explained. Our product is an end-to-end debt administration platform for asset-backed finance. What that means?
Really sexy.
Yeah, exactly. Super sexy, boring industry that we are making a lot more efficient and internet native, basically, right? All the trust and agency roles, as I was explaining at the beginning, are consolidated and automated in this single platform. And what we are able to do is to take all the rules of the game that I always talk about in asset-backed finance, all the covenant tracking, all the eligibility criteria, drawdown requirements, cash waterfall, and we encode them in a mix of off-chain and on-chain software, or smart contracts in the on-chain case. And that's what we call on-chain structuring, right? We are not just tokenizing a debt instrument, a financial instrument, and creating a representation on-chain, but we are putting all the rules and making that smart contract to not only be a spreadsheet and saying this is the owner of 1,000 shares is Morgan, but we are also automating all the payments between Morgan and the rest of the stakeholders, right? That allows us to make things a lot more efficient. Our clients have 80% savings in operational cost, up to 30 or 40% savings in financial efficiencies. We can get it deeper now. And that is because all the processes that traditionally have been taking a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of cost, can be done now automatically any number of times a day versus monthly or every 15 days, which allows us to, as we can get now into detail, finance or be a game changer in hyper-granular portfolios where velocity of capital is extremely important because if you have an asset or a receivable that it's 5 days long or 10 days long or even 30 or 60 days long and you spend 15 days holding it in your own balance sheet, then what's the point of financing it, right? It's been amortized before you actually get the capital from the debt capital markets. And as an example, one of our clients, we administer around 300 million in fintech receivables and 13 billion in more traditional assets like mortgages, is originating 100,000 different assets, different receivables every month, right? That would have been impossible with a regular spreadsheet. It is possible with a blockchain spreadsheet. And to that point, I'll let Lily explain what we are working on that I think is super interesting. It's putting that to the next level.
That's actually a good point. When you mentioned earlier, like what we're doing here is not tokenizing private credit funds and like trading them. That's like maybe will happen at some point, right? But what we're doing is really kind of getting into the weeds of the functioning and administration to even make the loan, to make private credit loans against a credit facility, which Lil, I know we'll review, but that's really like where, and we're using stable coins, right? So like that's really where like the power comes in. So Lil, if you want to kind of contribute in terms of, or add in terms of what we're working on.
Yes, was going to say, I think from our perspective, we think of if we partner with, partners like Juan and Morgan, can we be a more competitive lender? By using this technology, can we deliver a better product to our borrower counterparties by basically providing them better money that has higher velocity, easier, management, lower operational burden? And again, this is a market we're excited about from an asset class perspective, but it's hard for us to participate in without a solution like this. So, we got to know the Fens team, the Avalanche team, and we had previously looked at financing a company called OatFi, which we know well. They are a QED-backed embedded lending business focused specifically on B2B factoring and charge cards. I
love when people say B2B.
Oh, yeah.
B2B, B2C.
Indeed. They're quite scaled. They're doing about 500 million in run rate annual volumes right now. And we approached them with the idea of, could we give you blockchain-enabled capital? Would that be useful to you? And very quickly, they said, yes, this could really, especially for the short duration credit, the charge card type stuff where the average duration is, 15 days, this could really free up meaningful manual work instead of, every day having to sort through the charge card, like originations that day, and then figure out what is eligible from a manual perspective on our side, just have Fence administer that, and then we as the lender are also buying in. So it's a kind of turnkey solution with both the capital and the administration provided together instead of the kind of borrower and lender sides not being united on using the Fence platform. So we're very excited. They estimate this could save half a day of manual work every week for their team, which is, that's meaningful. Those are real man hours that can be put to growing the business in another way. And as Juan said, 30 to 40% interest savings, that adds up over time.
Yeah, and just to add on top of what Lily said, I think a big important part of what also they were excited about is what I was referring to before. They have existing lenders that are traditional, that are very, very powerful and very capable. And even with those lenders that are top of the market, they are not able to finance a part of their portfolio just because they are not fast enough. It's the traditional players cannot take a 7-day or a 10-day or even a 20-day receivable, right? So not only they are being more efficient with their traditional funding lines and financial structures, but some stuff that they had in their balance sheet or financing in a very inefficient way, now they are able to finance that and unlock all the capital that they have locked, which is something also that venture capitals, from what I hear, like as well.
Totally. And one thing I'd add, and this is really credit to OatFi, when you think about how applications of blockchain in this real utilization sense have progressed over time, part of that is that with the increasing acceptance of stablecoins as a new financial markets primitive, and of course regulation will supercharge that, you have more like high quality borrowers that are open-minded to trying this technology. And, I think that's something that you've really seen move forward over the past 12, 24 months. And I think, they're like, we're not asking them to change their go-to-market with their customers. We're not trying to disrupt that, but, just that stablecoins are now something that Web 2 companies are like, okay, I should understand this. I should see if it could help my business. I think that's a very big part of the unlock here.
Yeah, and I remember, I think like at the end of last year, we were talking about Stripe's acquisition of Bridge, and we're like, oh, this is really going to put a sense of urgency and fire under the butt of a lot of these kind of companies. And I remember the call that we had with the head of capital markets there explaining kind of what they now don't have to do because of this solution. Their face lit up. And so it's really cool to kind of see the impact in the real world. And so to that extent, looking, let's say 2 years ahead, Kuiper, let's start with you as we wrap up. What do you hope to see, call it in 2 years' time, with respect to the evolution of the industry, specifically around private credit and even just like blockchain-based kind of payments and private credit?
Well, it's maturity more than anything else, right? I'm hoping that all of the little bad project that is giving the rest of us bad names and making our lives harder, I hope they get swept off, and regulators get more comfortable, traditional asset managers get more comfortable, new tools. I mean, the work you guys do in bringing different people and different players into the ecosystems where you share knowledge and expertise and networks. I think as these mature, the ecosystem matures, it will grow. Like Juan and Liz meant, more people will come in, more assets will come in, more funding will come in, and it will start a new ecosystem, a new form of private credit. Maybe we can term it like 2.0 or something, but I leave it to you guys.
I'm like number 5. One?
Yeah, on my side, what I expect in 2 years is maybe two things. A maturing industry, an industry where two things happen. That is, blockchain and fiat rails, or the traditional business, are more blurred, right? That you don't talk, and this is something that we made our decision from the very early and said, we are not talking about blockchain, we're talking about solutions, and talking to the banks or asset managers or private credit funds team that it's not blockchain related at all. We're just selling the solution to their existing problems. So I hope in some years that when you talk about a solution or an application or a protocol, you're not talking about blockchain, but you're talking about that specific thing, in the same way that you don't talk about what backend technology you're using or what database you're using, right? So that's one thing. The other thing I would say that people or that the industry realizes that without blockchain, they're going to be less competitive, that there's more and more Valinors of the world that make their offering more competitive, and the traditional lenders, the traditional players that are not using this technology feel behind and start to adopt it. I think that will be a very interesting thing that will happen 100% sure.
Yes, I would echo Juan's second point for sure, and would also add, I think I'm really excited about getting to the stage of tokenizing the underlying assets, in addition to having programmable, so tokenizing flows, having programmable money, service and administer how these assets are financed. That you also have, if you're tokenizing the assets themselves, can you allocate them dynamically, based on a real-time risk model? Can you trade them dynamically, in a like DeFi marketplace setting? I think you're going to start to see really interesting capital formation and allocation implications of that. That'll like unlock a whole bunch of new cool things.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. Appreciate your time, and thank you guys for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you, Morgan.
Thank you, Morgan.
Hello, everybody. So last panel. Thanks for being there. Very happy to do this panel. And we're pretty lucky because most of the time, the investors panel, you have 4 VCs that tell exactly the same things. So we're pretty lucky here because you do plenty of different things. We have asset managers, liquidity providers, VCs, funds of funds, some of the market makers, some of you have several hats at the same time. Can you tell us more about yourself and what you're doing?
Sure. Hello. So my name is Paul Piotrowski. I am the portfolio manager of the Everest Fund at CMCC Global. CMCC was the first crypto fund to launch in Hong Kong back in 2016. We've since expanded to North America, and now we have a number of different funds. So we have token funds, we have an equity VC, we have a quant fund of funds. And Everest is our most recent strategy. So we launched it last year. It is a token fund focused on the Avalanche ecosystem. We invest across liquid tokens and early stage venture deals. And before all of this, I spent some years working in TradFi across investment banking and asset management roles.
Cool. Pranav, I run the liquid strategies at VanEck. I've been here for about 3 years. VanEck is a TradFi asset manager, has about 120 billion of assets. About 3 billion or so of that is in crypto and crypto-related strategies. There's ETFs, and then there's the stuff I do, which are more actively managed. So I would say in the main fund that I manage, about 60% of it is tokens, and then 40% or so of the exposure today are in public equities. So we're kind of agnostic to where the best opportunities are. We're just trying to pick the fastest horses in a 2-year time frame.
And I'm Lewis. I lead the liquid fund RE7. I think what's interesting about RE7 is we're very much crypto native from day one. So we have a market neutral fund, liquid directional fund, which I lead. And then we also have Vaults, which I'm sure we'll touch on a little bit, which has just grown phenomenally as well. And then we've just also launched a social fi, so we're heading up the venture side of things as well. So, and before this, I spent 7 years in fund management within crypto.
Yeah, so first, can I just request that if Bitcoin cracks an all-time high while we're up here, can someone just let us know? We can get an applause going. So I'm definitely the odd sheep up here. I work with Cumberland. Cumberland is not a fund. We don't have outside investors. We're part of a company called DRW, which has been a trading business, all proprietary capital for the past 35 years, and Cumberland's been around for about 10 years. We run an OTC desk, which is how I know many of the different funds in the space. We provide liquidity for projects that launch their own tokens. We work directly with ecosystems to help them build depth in their stablecoin ecosystems or their synthetic Bitcoin ecosystems. And we've been really proud to work with the team at Avalanche for a number of years now. So really excited to be here. This is such a cool room. This is a great panel. I'm really excited to be here.
Thank you. If we take a step back, you have investors, LPs that are crucial to our ecosystem because they provide the first fiat money or stablecoins. Or both. Who are these guys without telling any confidential information? What is your relationship with them? What do they expect from you?
Maybe I'll start. I think we probably all talk to the same people. I would say in the last 3 years, the biggest pool of capital that's coming into managers like us, which then ultimately allocate to altcoins, right? That's the pipe in. Our family offices, that's kind of like your number one cohort. Then followed by, let's just say, a handful of fund of funds who are ultimately downstream of family offices and high net worth. The pool of capital we want are ultimately the pension funds, the endowments, the foundations, the sovereigns, and RIAs in the US, like the wealth management channels. Those are very, very large pools of capital. Most of them have not allocated to the space. They've started allocating to, let's just say, Bitcoin and Bitcoin ETFs. There are a small subset of them that have kind of dabbled, that have opened up, let's just say, a Coinbase Prime account or something, and have kind of allocated some small tokens. They tend to shut those out when something like FTX happens. They don't want any headline risk. So that's how I would describe sort of who's in the space so far and who's likely to come in the future.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty similar for us. We launched in 2016. Back then, we were raising from high net worth individuals. We raised $1 million for the first round for the first fund, and that was the hardest million we've ever raised. Now, we've really seen the evolution of the industry. So going from high net worth individuals to family offices to larger family offices, and increasingly institutions. So, now one of our LPs in Asia employs, over 1 million people. So, you're just dealing with a different level of investor. And, increasingly, Pranav was saying, the pensions, the sovereign wealth funds, these kind of conversations are really picking up now.
Yeah, I think, what's the list? It would be family offices, VCs, fund of funds, pretty much what you said. One thing I'll add is what's interesting on our side as well is, when we created vaults, do we count people depositing in our vaults as investors now? Some would say yes. What's interesting as well is you can have a conversation with, a potential prospective LP in one of our funds, but then says, actually, we've got stables, we'd love to explore the vault side, and actually can work the other way around as well. So you can have this weird relationship that's evolving as your products also evolve, but the sort of more Vault on-chain stuff is definitely generating very interesting conversations because it's very much widening the net for us.
I'm actually, I'm personally in your Morpho vault, so. Yeah, so we don't have investors, but we do have our OTC desk. And listening to you guys talk about it, we had a very similar trajectory with the OTC business because back in 2017, our counterparties were not sophisticated. Many of them were like, hey, I put $30,000 into the ETH ICO, and now I have more money than I know what to do with. And these investors they didn't know how to deal with an OTC desk. They didn't know how to do a KYC AML refresh, and we had to really kind of walk them through it. Now the types of counterparties that we have, and I can share some specifics that have been made public. When Goldman did their first Bitcoin trade, they did it with us. When Nomura did their first Bitcoin trade, they did it with us. We're the liquidity provider for 9 out of the 11 ETF issuers. And so these are like a very different grade of OTC counterparty. And frankly, there is a lot of work that goes into these types of relationships. The same way that we have a lot of KYC AML requirements, so do they. There's a lot of due diligence questionnaires. But frankly, it's pretty refreshing that at least there's someone on either end who understands the process and knows what to do. And this stuff just scales a lot better. This is the type of thing where it's like, okay, we're not going to do OTC trades for 50,000 USD. It's going to be for $5 million or $50 million OTC. And so we like businesses that scale well. We want to be pricing things really aggressively. And to price things at single-digit basis points or very tight spreads, you got to do it for size, right? We don't want to be in a business where we're doing small trades for like large markups. That's not fun for us, and it doesn't scale well for us.
I know you didn't ask this question, but I think a lot of people in the audience probably have a bunch of altcoins, and they're like, why are my altcoins not going up? Like, that's the thing that's top of mind for people. The thing we think about is like the pipes into alts. So really all you have so far is retail pipes, and I think retail has not come back to the same extent it has in 2022. So you essentially have an altcoin market, if you take out Bitcoin and Ethereum and stablecoins, it's like a $700 billion market in value. And the number of alts come to market is exponentially growing. So there's more stuff competing for the same amount of capital. So the thing we care about is like, how do you get new capital in the space? What is the compelling argument to, again, get these endowments, pensions, sovereigns, those types of money in the space? So then you think about, what are sort of their end goals? And then most of these organizations have a return hurdle they need to meet some liabilities. So if you're an endowment, you have a university on the other side that has expenses, and you have to hit a certain return hurdle. So all these guys are ultimately trying to do is maybe two things. One is don't get yourself fired. So if something like FTX again happens, it's headline risk. So now with the positive regulatory change in the US, like that headline risk has come down a lot. So now you can have the next conversation, which is why do I need to have exposure to this stuff? And the answer to that is, I think Coinbase in their Coin50 report put out a great study, which is if you have a 60-40 portfolio, what are your returns in the last 5+ years? And what is your Sharpe ratio? What's your Sortino ratio? If you have 60-40 in some Bitcoin, what does that look like? And then if you have 60-40 in Coin50, which is essentially market cap weighted top 50 coins, what is that? TLDR is like 60-40 in Coin50 is very return enhancing and Sharpe enhancing. So you can now start to have those conversations with these end pools of capital, and maybe some of them will find it compelling and want to allocate to stuff around what we all do.
Super clear, thank you. But we'll get deeper to this question. So in TradFi, especially in Europe, market finance and corporate finance are separated. Like if your girlfriend or boyfriend is not doing the same specialty, you can't talk to them anymore. In crypto, everything is linked, and that's amazing. Where do you see, as you don't do exactly the same things, where do you see the meeting points in your day-to-day business life? Yes.
Yeah, I mean, you know, so as early stage investors, we obviously support our portfolio companies post-investment, and that involves working with, you know, liquidity providers, market makers. You know, we're not dedicated LPs ourselves, but we do sometimes provide capital if it's strategic. I mentioned we have a quant fund of funds. That fund is called Crest. They allocate to a number of different managers. Some of them run DeFi and liquidity provisioning strategies. So, you know, indirectly, we do a bit of that. But yeah, I mean, everybody on stage here plays a distinct role. We work with, you know, everyone in some capacity.
Yeah, I mean, what I'd add to that, especially RA7 as a group, you have so many different hats, like to your point earlier, and you know, with the social fi, we do speak to other ventures, we speak to founders, obviously, but market makers, for me on the liquid side, is just the obvious one. I still talk to liquid fund managers as well, so we're all like one type. There aren't many liquid fund managers in the world, to be honest. So even if you're seemingly doing the same thing and maybe there's some competition there, it's actually you can pick up on these nuances that you think about things and actually operate in a very different way. And that's great because we all learn from one another, which actually in a way is healthy, and you don't tend to see that in TradFi. Because I think we're all, to be honest, learning together about what's worked, why alts aren't working, and things like that. So there are multiple different touch points, and that's just going to intensify as, you know, we grow and companies grow as well.
A good rule of thumb is that you want to be working with companies that you feel confident will still be here in 5 years. Because if you are speaking with a company that is not going to be here, you're like, yeah, these guys are going to be around for a year. They're probably going to screw you, right? Because anytime you enter into any arrangement with someone or you work with someone, you're basically putting up your social capital. And if you are not planning on being around, then your social capital is not worth much. And so that collateral is just valueless. I think one of the reasons that okay. But, you know, we've been in this, Cumberland's been in crypto for 10 years. I've been working with DRW, which is the parent company, for 19 years. I really like working with people that I really like working with, which sounds like a dumb thing to say, but the relationships that I have, the professional relationships that I have that have been the most successful are not ones where I say like, oh, you need a market maker? We'll be your market maker, right? Because frankly, market making has been, for better or worse, and I would say like for a lot worse, it has been commoditized, right? There are probably, you know, a dozen different market makers running around this conference, and there's probably another dozen running around New York right now for Solana, and like there's a lot of them. So what we try to ask ourselves, and the standard we try to hold ourselves to, is how can we provide value, not just market making. Like we can market make, we can help you build up your stablecoin ecosystem, we can help you connect with the Fireblocks or the Circles of the world, and you know, people in our network that we work with a lot, and kind of just help build those connections. Because ideally, you know, well, I can tell you what my boss judges me on, obviously, is, you know, the P&L that I bring in because I work at a company. But really, the KPI that he has for me is when you market make for someone, how many of them have their deal expire and they say, hey, do you want to renew? And if that's not happening, we're doing something really, really wrong. And so that's our focus, is just making sure that not just we're signing deals, a lot of partners, making P&L, but also having folks have a good vibe about who we are and saying like, yeah, I would do that again. Because if we're not doing that, that's damaging. That goes from like, oh, it's not just, oh, you didn't get another deal. It's, oh, there's someone out there who is unhappy with their experience with you. And that's expensive. That's what we really try to avoid.
Thank you. So trust is the most valuable coin after all. If, as Pranav kind of cheated on the Bitcoin performance question, I'll bring another question. What do you think about consolidation of your industries? Like, you are doing a tremendous job, you have good assets under management, good balance sheet, but at some point, there might be moves. What do you expect it to be and when?
Yeah, so I think if I were to focus on the liquid directional space, about 10 billion of assets in that space, 3 managers have 6 billion of those assets, and then the other 4 is kind of fragmented. You have a lot of players, and then if you expand beyond that, then you have a lot of smaller managers doing, quant strategies, CTA strategies, variety of different things. Ultimately, I think I used to work in Millennium. I was running a long-short credit strategy there. I think ultimately crypto markets will likely evolve towards the same way the TradFi markets evolved into. So you have primarily passive money in TradFi, so through ETFs, and then you have a handful of big multi-strats, Citadel, Point72, Millennium types. I think crypto markets will probably evolve into that. So there is probably a good opportunity for someone to do a really, really good multi-strat at some point, and then consolidate the best talent for different sub-strategies.
Yeah, even sort of CoinDesk 50 or BGCI, you sort of reload those pages, and I've been doing it for years. You think actually that could be the S&P of these, altcoin markets, and at least for us, that's what we try and outperform, because in this particular cycle, especially compared to last, active managers, I think this environment favors active managers, especially if you are nimble, manage risk accordingly. But trying to outperform BGCI is a very hard thing to do. But yeah, that is the benchmark that we have, because we just see it as an opportunity that actually as an active manager, this is time to prove yourselves. So even though people would say it's the challenge, actually I see it as the opportunity. But I think to your point, you're absolutely right. Seeing these indices, and there's different flavors of them, and what's included, how they're rebalanced. And at some point, these sort of high caps, they will just have fuel added to them, because over time they're just added. Because how many people have had their conversations with people outside of crypto and they said, I've just bought some Link, and you think, do you even know how to spell that? They keep coming back to the same names. And even psychologically, they're thinking about it from like an S&P or an index. These things that have lasted so long. So there's definitely that mechanism at play as well. So we have to think about that on our day-to-day at least, because sometimes the obvious names are the ones that do, over a period of time, sometimes actually do outperform. So you've got to really factor that into your framework, I think.
I think there's, the challenge, and I'm putting myself in your gentleman's shoes. The challenge is, 5 years ago, if someone wanted exposure to Bitcoin, they were calling you up, and that was kind of the only game in town. And now you're competing with a very low-cost alternative with Bitcoin ETFs. And so then the question becomes, how can the funds that you represent outperform BTC in a bull? And I would say that there's 3 methods to try to outperform BTC. The first is leverage, which is great when it works, and it doesn't always work, and so let's just put that aside. The next is altcoins. In general, and I'm in very general because this hasn't really worked out well for the past few years, but in general, smaller coins tend to have a higher beta, which means if Bitcoin moves 1%, maybe ETH is going to move 2%, and Avax is going to move 4%. And that hasn't really been true for the last few years. And in particular, it hasn't been true on the upticks. Bitcoin has really differentiated itself and it almost isn't a benchmark for the crypto industry because it's really doing its own thing. In 2024, Bitcoin more than doubled. Many alts were down. Not underperformed Bitcoin, but down. And so, there are still winners out there. You can still find the winners of the altcoins, and you can outperform Bitcoin that way. But it's very challenging. And then the other strategy that we're seeing a lot of folks turn to, and it's not too dissimilar to the leverage strategy, but it is distinct, is using options. Right? Because, if you have an opinion that, the Genius bill just passing is going to mean that the market structure bill is going to come in the next, 6 months, you can target. You can say, I'm going to buy 150K calls that are going to expire in September because that's when I think it's going to happen. And that kind of serves as a bit of leverage, but also it lets you express your view, your exact view, much more precisely than just long Bitcoin. And so we're seeing more and more funds, that traditionally were just trading, BTC, ETH, and alts are now, coming to us and saying, okay, we want to trade on these centralized exchanges options, or maybe we want to set up an ISDA, which allows them to trade not just options on Bitcoin and ETH, but also on Avax, also on altcoins. And as a treasury management tool for anyone here that works for a foundation, the ISDA option is just, it's an absolutely valuable tool because you can not just hedge your risk, but you can also generate yield on your treasury, which anyone not doing that, it's almost like financially irresponsible.
Can I counter some of the framing there just to make it spicy for the audience, make it
let's go.
interesting? All right, so I started my career as an intern on one of the bigger derivatives desks, and my takeaway there is like, trading derivatives is like being the trader on pump fund. Like the trader loses money, the house makes a lot of money, so it's great for you, but terrible for like the guy buying calls and puts. Over the long run, I don't know if that really makes that much money unless maybe a small subset make a lot of money, like pump fund, like 1% make a ton of money. But so using leverage on a 100 vol asset, that's crazy. Like I don't know why people do that. So that doesn't make any sense. I think what I increasingly tell people is like, if you want exposure to Bitcoin, do it on your own. You know, you can get it very low cost, like you said. There are ETFs out there. We have one. And I think Bitcoin's kind of in a league of its own. It's not a cash producing asset. It's trying to compete with gold and the long tail of fiat currencies, and it seems to be successful. So if you find that interesting, then you got to get your own exposure to that. This everything else world we all live in is sort of extending that idea, which is, can you put apps on blockchains and get a bunch of people to use it because it's enabling something new or saving costs for someone else? If you believe in that thesis, then you should look at this other stuff. And it's not, and you can't expect it to return anywhere near the same. It could return better than Bitcoin if you make the right bet. It could return worse than Bitcoin if you make the wrong bet. It's a venture bet. It's very, very different from this. So I generally tell people stop benchmarking liquid strategies with Bitcoin, because you don't go to like a Tiger Global or Coatue or Altimeter and say, did your directional tech fund outperform gold or did it not, right? That's just the wrong framing in some ways.
Just on the benchmark point, you know, like we have a view that over the course of a cycle, AVAX will outperform Bitcoin, and our goal with the Everest fund is to outperform AVAX. And we have a fundamental view, obviously, that the setup is very strong. Right now, there's been a number of upgrades, and developers are now really flocking to the ecosystem, really choosing Avalanche over other solutions, whether it be L2s or app chains. And I think for us, having this dedicated focus is attractive actually to investors, because there actually is that clear benchmark where we come out and say that we are trying to outperform AVAX.
Great. I will read the notes. No, honestly, it's very insightful. On the narrative side, so all these narratives come back, are growing. The sub-network one was a big one, and I was a big believer in this one. I hope it will come back because it has really interesting setups and value-creating setups. What are the exciting narratives for the next years on a more personal level for you guys?
Oh, there's so many. And I'm just saying that. I mean, I'd say the go-to answer is stablecoins, but for good reason. So I just think every vertical that at least we look at, stablecoins just has some intrinsic part to it or a core function. Even Avalanche, the vaults we've created, there's been a huge surge of demand, and obviously the institutionalization RWA side of things is just phenomenal. I mean, already looking at 26 billion RWA on chain, setting aside stablecoins. So that's just a chart. If you light up the screen, is a clear direction. I think the more interesting one that's talked about less, but still talked about, is DePIN. I mean, I thought it was a really interesting signal with, say, AT&T and Helium. Not necessarily Helium per se, but it's just the fact that these real-world existing companies in not just DeFi or finance are actually leveraging decentralized networks in order to actually bolster their own company and their own reach. And so it's really path of least resistance, and that's actually why I entered the space, is to be on the train path of least resistance, and whether that's Bitcoin and gold, stablecoins and remittances, or even Wi-Fi and AT&T, I just think it's really interesting to see that move. And I guess I should say agents, but I'm sure people highlight that. I just think from an exponential technology to another exponential technology, the genie's out of the bottle on that one. But again, agents have complete applicability across a number of different verticals. So as a generalized horizontal concept, I think it is probably the most exciting. Just in terms of timing, that's where it gets a little bit tricky for me.
Oh, nice.
Let's go.
Right. Let's go.
But apart from all of that, Bitcoin for me.
Agree on stablecoins. I think the thing we ask is what's next after that. And it's also like, how do you make money in stablecoins is the other big question, so we can always debate that. The next thing we think is going to happen is if you get stablecoins to like a couple of trillion, like the Treasury put out in their report last week, I think the same people buying stables all around the world will want exposure to U.S. capital markets. So we're going to tokenize some U.S. funds and equities and all these things and ship it to them. Again, asking who's going to win with those things are going to be the primary questions. Our view is distribution is king. So if you already have all the users, all this stuff does. And by the way, those winners are likely on the equity side, like public equities, not crypto tokens. But so that's one thing. The other thing I tell my team is generally like, crypto is great at reinventing different casinos constantly. So like NFTs were a casino, ICOs were somewhat of a casino, AI agent stuff were a casino, Pump Fund was a casino before that. So we just reinvent like a new casino game. And so I tell my team, like, spot these things early, like be early, and rather than bet on like the things that are making the casino work, like what usually finding the platform bet is the easier bet, like, bet on the casino in this case. So we're always looking for the casinos.
It takes time to look at a million things that are down the stack, and you think, actually, what are the horizontal plays that captures all of it? And so it's one of those things where you can do away with the sort of pure venture style bets, which is there's 1 in a million of these things that could do well, and actually where does the value potentially accrue and create, and actually you can model it. So it just helps from that perspective as well.
Yeah. I mean, for us, the way we look at it, like in terms of verticals, is like what is closest to product market fit, whether, and then what that means, it's like either like direct on-chain revenue or like real user adoption stats. And there's kind of 3 areas that we see it, and especially in the Avalanche ecosystem, but it's on the gaming side, DeFi, and with institutional type products. Gaming, I think everyone saw the big announcement with MapleStory. That's a huge franchise, 20 years of gaming content and IP being released. They chose to build on Avalanche. Huge potential for user onboarding. On the DeFi side, there's a number of protocols that are generating real revenue, and they're flocking to the chain. So, we're seeing a lot of established protocols like Euler went live on Avalanche, got 100 million TVL in 3 days. Vertex went live, has been generating really good perp volumes. Our portfolio project, Pharaoh, has surpassed 10 million in revenue on a 7 million market cap, sub 50 million FDV token. So, and on the institutional side, I mean, the guys here have mentioned it. I know we're running up on time, so there's quite a few things going on in the ecosystem.
I mean, Bitcoin crossed all-time highs 2 minutes ago, so I'll make a point about Bitcoin. I think that Bitcoin as a store of value is probably, besides stablecoins, and I love talking about stablecoins, but besides that, I would say that Bitcoin as a store of value is one of the only product market fits that crypto has really brought to market. And I love DeFi, and I want DeFi to be successful, but most folks who are involved with DeFi consider themselves crypto native. And so one of the opportunities that I see, and that I hope others start to see as well, is if you can bring 1% of Bitcoin, wrap it in synthetic Bitcoin products, 1% of Bitcoin would 10x the TVL of the entire Avalanche ecosystem, right? So you have the main product market fit of crypto is almost completely disconnected from DeFi, which I think is actually the most important potential product market fit of crypto. So that's something that I'm hoping to see more of, is really strong synthetic Bitcoin products, and the foundations working to bring them more on chain and get them more active. I would love to be able to, take my Bitcoin, which I'm not selling, right? I'd love to be able to put it on Benchy, borrow US dollars against it, and use that to buy my house. That's the type of like real world application, real world use case that like I would be very happy with. And I know I can do it right now, but I want to see more of that, and I want to see more products like that.
A huge thank you. Unfortunately, we don't have time enough for the question about regulation, so sorry for that.
monetize directly in-app.
But it's honest work.
can monetize directly in-app.
But it's honest work.
You can monetize directly in-app.
But it's honest work.
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 can monetize directly in-app.